Hi, Tripti, you are there? Sapna, can you hear me?
Mr. Mishra, good afternoon. So
Good
we are
afternoon.
starting now, and we'll switch off our cameras.
Okay,
The
and
countdown to begin.
is my voice is clear?
Yeah, Sagar, everything all right? Audio, video?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Dear all, a very warm welcome to the virtual presentation of the Realty Plus Masterclass presents Real Estate Legal Conclave 2023. I'm Sapna Srivastava, editor Realty Plus, your host for the day, and let's begin with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
On that positive note, we also express our sincere appreciation to our partners of the event, business media partner BW Legal World, online media partner Exchange for Media Group, and the event is organized by Realty Plus. So before we start with the proceedings of the day, let me also inform you all that the event is now being live streamed on the Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and on the Realty Plus LinkedIn and Facebook pages. So you can log in there also to watch this event live. And without further ado, let's begin the conclave with the brief introduction of Realty Plus.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected.
चल रहे हैं और रियल एस्टेट मैनेजमेंट कितने साल हो जाएंगे 27 साल इसको रिवैम्प कर रहे हैं हमने 19 साल में
This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. And now coming back to the conclave of today, friends, we have been hearing about RERA, GST, IBC, and ESG acronyms quite frequently these days. And they seem to have transformed the landscape of real estate altogether. But before we go on to the discussions on what these abbreviations stand for, let me welcome our guest, the special guest of the day, a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one, known as India's media mogul. Welcome, Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Group. Mr. Batra, a very warm welcome to you, and I hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much, Tripti and Sapna. Sapna, thank you for introducing me and bringing me in. Really, it is a show led by Tripti and Sapna. Tripti has been part of Realty Plus for the last 16 years, and Sapna for the last 7 years. They have really created what we have created in Realty Plus. I just want to say that, as most of you know, I started my career in real estate, and I can say that the laws in real estate cover how successful you are in real estate, whether you're a developer or you're a consumer buyer of real estate. I think the titles being clear, the understanding of laws, and I must say RERA has brought in transparency and some amount of fear in the real estate developer's mind to be able to deliver on time. It is one of those steps of the government which must be appreciated because it has made a tangible difference to the lives of real estate buyers. I can only say that this initiative by Realty Plus in partnership with BW Legal World is an initiative to be able to focus on issues that arise in day-to-day buying of real estate. It is the first conclave, legal conclave of Realty Plus. While it is happening virtually today, I'm sure Tripti and Sapna will be able to grow it into a larger initiative, do it on ground and involve consumers of real estate and all the stakeholders of real estate ecosystem. I'm sure as we go along, we will be able to discuss issues that impact real estate transactions, give some solutions, ideas, and this event will become an important event in the calendar for real estate buyers in the real estate industry. All the best. You have an eminent set of leaders from the real estate and the legal domain talking to you today. I'm sure it'll be a day full of learnings and some actionable insights. Thank you. I'm sure Realty Plus, which is about to complete its 19th year and start its 20th year, will continue to be at the forefront of giving you insights on real estate. Thank you. God bless you. Back to you, Sapna.
Thank you, sir, for those wise words and for your motivation as always. And before we, as we said that there are a lot of these abbreviations going on that we want to demystify for our readers and for the common man today, and to give us some clarity on what these abbreviations mean, how the new policy measures and regulatory mechanisms under them are impacting the real estate ecosystem, what more can be done. For that, we have the country's top legal minds today joining us here. So let's move on to our first session of the day. And let me introduce our panel members for the topic of environment, social, and governance, that is ESG. They will be talking about progressive opportunities and limitations for real estate. So our eminent moderator for this session is Sudhir Mishra, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and founder and managing partner, Trust Legal Advocates and Consultants. Mr. Mishra, who is India's prolific environmental lawyer, is the chairperson of Environment and Climate Change Committee of Society of Indian Law Firms. He, in last 20 years, has appeared in more than 120 litigations concerning environmental issues before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, dozens of high courts, national green tribunals, the Central Empowered Committee of Supreme Court, and statutory pollution control boards. Mr. Mishra, a very warm welcome to you. And let me also now welcome our speakers of the day in an alphabetical order. I welcome Mr. Amresh Kumar Singh, Partner Real Estate and Dispute Resolution HSA Advocates, who has over 28 years of experience in real estate and has advised leading private equity funds, renewable energy entities, real estate developers, financial institutions, overseas funds, government funds, and HNIs. Our next eminent panel member is On Abdullah, Head of ESG at Lodha, and he has been instrumental in formulating Lodha's sustainability strategy. He is currently focusing on decarbonization of Lodha's value chain and products. He also led the formation of Lodha Net Zero Urban Accelerator, which focuses on embodied carbon, passive designs, equipment efficiency, renewable integration, green mobility, and green finance. Our next expert speaker of this panel is Mr. Bose Verghese, Senior Director, ESG Practice at Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Mr. Verghese has over 30 years of experience across industries and consulting space. With nearly 10 years of experience in the US and over 20 years of experience in India, his expertise spans over the diverse fields of sustainability, environment, climate change, and clean tech. Our next and final member, let me welcome Mr. Shabbir Kanchwala, Chief Sustainability Officer and Senior Vice President Project Coordination at K. Raheja Corp. An evangelist for the green cause, Shabbir spearheads the sustainability initiatives for real estate, hotels, and malls of K. Raheja Group, amongst other key functions, which include purchase, contracts, and project coordination. With more than 3 decades of real estate experience, Shabbir has come up the ranks to be known as the torchbearer of the Green Initiative. So this is our eminent panel, and Mr. Mishra, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. Thanks for this opportunity. And this is a very something very close to my heart in talking about environment, talking about sustainability. All my friends are here. Have already been part of various panels with them. And I would say that ESG has become very active in 5 years, maybe 5 to 6 years, but the challenge for real estate sector, whatever I've seen in courts before the National Green Tribunal or various high courts or the Supreme Court, believe that this is one sector which has to acclimatize the environmental and governance realities much faster than any other sector. And I think that structuring of this ESG world and seeing that 2 of the top real estate developers have a full-time ESG wing under them now. We have come a long, long way. And representing virtually everybody from Credite to developers who are throughout the country, thing strikes the country, whether it's an air pollution scenario in capital or to be stopped or to be asked to close down. And one reason was that we always were a reactive body. We were never an active body so far as environment, sustainability, governance is concerned. Social is something which Mr. Verghese will talk a little more about. So in this perspective, it will be better that first we understand that what has happened in the last 4 or 5 years, so far as the large real estate companies are concerned. And it would be appropriate that we ask Shabbir Bhai first, that what do you think, how Raheja Group has defined the entire sustainability bit and what is happening on ESG in your company? And then we as lawyers will come later on that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you. So, K. Raheja Corp, we started on this journey in the year 2006, 2007, when we signed a memorandum of understanding with CI, Green Building Council, that whatever we construct would be sustainable buildings in the West and South. So whether it's a green home or a green office or a green hotel or a green mall is what we were committed to do. We were actually the first ones in India to have done that, and people thought we are crazy that we are spending the money, extra money in going green. But I guess, I've been working for a company which is in inception since 1956, and we don't look at business only from a cost point of view. There is a long-term and medium-term requirement. And now, so many years, there are billions of square feet of sustainable buildings in India. And India stands, I believe, third after US and China as the largest number of green buildings in the world. K. Jacob, obviously, we have the largest green building footprint in the country, and we were recognized by the President of India, Dr. Abdul Kalam, as having done that. We've been working on completing the circle of sustainability, whether it's carbon neutrality, whether it is ESG, whether it's DGSI, whether it is something to do with water conservation. That's something which we have started in the last 5 or 6 years. So we look at ESG more from a perspective that other than obviously being an investor's requirement, which is now in the last 4 or 5 years, investors have been asking for this in a big way. Having said that, the E part anyway, we were having a lot of things already done, in the sense that we had building certified by the US Green Building Council and others. We had other things going. From the governance part and the social part, as a company, we've always been doing a lot of work, whether it's the SL Raja Hospital at Bandra, or whether we have a college, or whether we look at Hyderabad, where we revitalized the Durgam Cheru Lake. So we worked on that. We've got companies who are listed, whether it is Mindspace Business Street or Chalet Hotels, or, so there are 4 ESGs which are happening parallelly in my company. One is for the commercial, one is for residential, and one is for the hotels, and one is for the malls. So that's about, we're trying to complete the circle in doing that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Very well started. And I would say that putting a name and defining the sector, these are the big companies which had that responsibility. So Mr. Abdullah, in Lodha, because Lodha is a very aspirational enterprise so far the real estate sector is concerned, how do you look at ESG, and what you are doing prior to ESG, when ESG was not something which was very hyped, and what you are doing now, which you feel should be accommodated, or I would say that adopted by more real estate sectors, especially in North India, because both the companies which are represented here are, I think, Bombay-based and Maharashtra-based. North India is entirely different territory. We'll talk about it. I and Josh both will be talking about it. So what is happening in ESG in Lodha, and what the country needs to look in Lodha? What is inspiring about your ESG?
Okay. So hello, everyone. So at Lodha, we are actually governed by our do good, do well philosophy. And the work on ESG is not something new. It has been going on for more than a decade. And the example itself is, take the case of our flagship Palava city, which is a model of sustainable urbanization. And that was conceived more than a decade back. Today, it is as big, where almost 2 lakh people already live. So it's a long journey, and we had been on that for quite some time. But during the early part of last decade, it was mainly sustainability, smart developments, green buildings, and so on. But I think beyond our own internal factors, over the last 4 or 5 years, there are certain external reasons also why this ESG has come up. And as Shabir Bhai was telling, so there is specific, inclination by investors. There is regulatory movement in that direction as well. The overall sentiment is also changing. Therefore, there is a need to quantify the ESG performance and ESG impact. And as a prepared company, we were already in a position to, face any benchmark. And that is why you would see that, in last 1-2 years, we could very easily participate in the leading global benchmarks. And we have within real estate, we have the highest score in S&P corporate sustainability assessment. We are globally, I think 14th there. We are globally top 10 real estate development sub-industry in Sustainalytics. We are number 4th in World Benchmarking Alliance, and so on. So when we fall within the top 10 companies globally on such benchmarks, it's not something that we could do in last 2-3 years. This is something that was always in making for last, say, 10-15 years. And it's not only environment. I mean, if you look at the social impact that we had been doing, and even on governance, I mean, we as a company has been consistently growing. And I would say that, I mean, we grew 20 times in 20 years. So that would not have been possible without a strong governance backbone. So the practices in all these dimensions were always there. Focus was always there. The only thing that has changed is that we could align to a framework and report to a framework. Plus, the additional focus which has come up on the climate risks. And therefore, we have created Lodha Net Zero Urban Accelerator last year in partnership with RMI, which is working on the overall carbon emissions of the entire spectrum of built environment, starting from embodied carbon, going all the way to the supply side. So that's one thing which has been added, that additional focus on handling climate risks in last 3-4 years, plus the manner of disclosing and reporting and competing in the wider benchmarking space.
Very well said. Mr. Verghese, I'll come to you. And before I come to you, I tell you, I'll look up to you for demystifying this whole thing, the ESG per se, each of the word. Also the fact that whenever this crisis happens with regard to a real estate sector, and if environment is interfacing that crisis, like I'll tell you, when the pollution peaked during 2018 in the National Capital Region, they banned the construction. Now you have a gradation system, and that gradation system is quite effective, and real estate sector construction is not banned right at the outset. It takes a lot of time now by the Air Monitoring Commission to actually ban the real estate sector's construction. But in 2018, I had told CREDAI that rather than just facing a blanket ban, what do we do with our environmental management plans? When we do an environmental management plan for each of the real estate projects, so I said, let's combine 5 of the projects in North India, and how much water we have saved, how much sand curtains we have put, how we protect our society, how many laborers really have to go without food, and how do we protect their wages. All these factors we put on a 2-pager and put it before the court that, look, this is as important an industry as is steel and cement. In any case, they are dependent upon real estate sector. So what is happening now? Real estate sector needs to, so far as the environment is concerned, they are normally seen as a villain. Oh, a lot of construction is happening in Delhi, and that's the reason for pollution. So what are your thoughts about it? And then you talk about both the governance and the social, apart from the environment, which I'll be speaking more of.
Yeah, thank you. That's I mean, you put a big onus on my shoulders of demystifying ES and G. Look, I mean, the built environment in general, right? I mean, this is a key part of the economy, and especially from the environment point of view, this is a big contributor to the environment impacts. And there are 2 ways to look at it. One is purely from an inside-out look. We are in this as what impact our business has on the environment, on the society. That's an inside-out look. That's really looking at the impacts. The second key part is how investors are looking at us.
Yes.
Try to inside look. That has a lens of risk. they will look, I mean, that's where, including governance, a lot of things become very important under ESG. I mean, the investor will look at where the risks lie, where the business can, face a hurdle, like what you said, right? If the construction is outright stopped, I mean, that's a huge risk. So this is where, when you look at ESG and when you look at for areas for action, you look at key, what we call the material areas, right? Purely from an impact point of view, and also from how investors and outside world looks at a risk point of view. In the ideal world, they should be the same. But and it may not always be the same. Today, this sector, the prime mover is the climate change impact. The built environment globally is responsible for about 40% of the global emissions.
Yes.
And just not a standing building, I mean, including its embedded emissions, which means the steel, cement, and the entire contributing industry output, 40% is like, a huge chunk of global emissions. So there is so much of focus, and the sector is actually going to head that way. So that part is going to be, important. It's never going to go away. Valuations, investment considerations, all will hinge on how energy efficient the building is, how you are embracing the whole new net zero building movement. Can you be an early adopter there, and can you actually push that envelope? And the social side, it's been probably neglected a little bit, but it's going to come up. We know the value chain of the sector has a huge social intersection. And, from labor rights to human rights to child, I mean, all those things will come up. Probably, picking up on examples or bad examples and then, blowing it up to a really big, risk factor. The G is going to be important. We have seen enough examples like the in case everybody is aware of. G again, because of these complexities, because of the stakeholder, government approvals, NOCs, land deals, the governance has to be really robust. And for an investor, I think it's going to be really, really important.
Yes.
And many of these things are equally important for the consumer as well. Today, if you look at, especially the commercial stock, almost 50% of Indian commercial stock is somehow rated under the sustainability rating, rated buildings. And this commercial, leasing, a lot of global corporations are looking at, and in fact, they're putting it up as a stipulation. I want, LEED rated building. And I know customer is also putting a lot of emphasis on it.
Yes.
Not so much in the residential space, but definitely in the commercial space.
Absolutely. Very well said. Initial thoughts. Amrish Kumar Singh ji, I'll come to you. You are a partner with one of the best energy firms in the country. And I wanted the most important part to be addressed by you, that energy is a very important factor of this whole ESG nomenclature. And also knowing the fact that most of our real estate projects are not energy efficient. Even now, they are not energy efficient. And even if you go and see their internal systems, the internal air conditioning, we take pride in keeping 16 to 17 degree as temperature. The global mandates and the SDG goals mandate say keep it 24 degrees. And we really waste our energy. So we did a sustainability report for one of the largest universities in India, private university, OP Jindal University. And we actually computed how each of the room uses water, how many units of electricity they use. If they use the wash machine, how much water they consume, how much waste they generate. And we got some staggering data. One of the Supreme Court benches in a largely, I would say, investor-driven litigation of a real estate nature actually said that why don't you have your own voluntary reports? Why you are only dependent upon the government for whatever government is expecting you, like the EIA reports or EMP reports. But energy is something which has not been addressed. I think Mr. Verghese rightly said that a lot of things are now investor is demanding, consumer is also demanding the certifications. But where do you see the energy efficiency part, Mr. Varghese, Mr. Singh? Yeah.
You're on mute, I think.
He's on mute. He's on mute.
Yeah, when we look at all the regulations, which the municipal authorities kind of are now drafting into their, municipal laws by which the constructions have to happen, we can just say that it's still at a nascent stage, but a considerable effort is being put into to reduce the carbon footprint, and therefore there are a lot of codes which are really, coming into existence. So like, for instance, we have the Energy Conservation Building Code. Now that sets a minimum energy standard for new commercial buildings, which have a particular load and all that. Now the effective implementation of code provides comfort to occupants by adopting passive design strategies and daylight integrations. So it is technologically neutral, promotes renewable energy, and also emphasizes on the life cycle cost of building. Now, there are various levels of energy performance standards in the Energy Conservation Building Code. And, that is for, and that has a bearing on the efficiency. So ECBC compliant buildings has approximately, it is said to have 25% savings. ECBC building approximately 35% savings, and compliance with super ECBC buildings with show energy savings by almost 50%. The code is applicable to buildings or building complexes that have a connected load, of a certain intensity. So, these are the things. Now, building intended for private residential purposes only are not covered by the code as of yet.
Yes.
So, simply stated, it is mandatory for only commercial buildings. Now, we also have the National Building Code. It is a set of guidelines meant to regulate construction activities in commercial as well as residential space across the country. The code presents a framework for all agencies involved in construction works, including public works departments, other government departments, private construction agencies, and real estate developers. So therefore, all of that is still at a nascent stage, but moving in the right directions.
Yeah, very well. Sir, but just tell me, Mr. Singh, one thing that as a law firm which has such a clear insight on the energy sector, you can say that real estate sector is a very large, they have very large consumption of energy. And you talked about what are the regulations which actually attach importance to that. But do you really feel that real estate sector needs a completely new cleaning, and they need to completely realign their energy needs, which because of the new climate initiatives and the new climate parameters, it's absolutely important for our country?
Yeah, I mean, that is the need of the hour. But, having said that, it is not an elusive sector which needs it.
Correct.
It's a composite requirement of all the sectors. But so far as the real estate sector is concerned now, historically, we have had series of judgments, judicial precedents, which have considered all these aspects. But of late, now these are getting very, very focused. Like, recently when the NGT said, when they talked about the environmental compensation for causing degradation, they were very clear that it is not going to be a formal or casual or symbolic amount which is required to be levied. And they clearly laid down that it is going to be a substantive and adequate amount which must be levied for restoration of the environment. So therefore, all of these things are very, very important, that a proper synchronization has to happen. And energy is a very important thing, because energy in some way or the other is having a direct bearing, not only with the environment, but also with social and governance.
Absolutely. Very well put. Thanks a lot, sir. Mr. Kanchawala, I'll come to you. And I have so we are nicely going in a direction where we are trying to demystify. Tell me one thing. I was representing Credai, Karnataka, and this entire lake issue in Bangalore, you are aware about it, the construction which happened around the lakes, and there were a lot of issues with regard to what is a area which was not a revenue area. It was it was area where construction should not have happened. There are two challenges which, in my understanding, which the real estate sector faces, despite NGT or courts being not very proactive now on actually coming in between the real estate projects, except for the Twin Towers thing which happened by the Supreme Court in the NCR. What are the shining examples you want to share, not only of Raheja's, from other projects? And this is something which you will have to mirror for other projects, that everybody should collate this data of good governance, good environmental principles, good social integrations. Each one of them will have some important thing. Like there is a project which is happening in Bangalore, and people are paying 40 to 50% premium for almost like a private plantation near their apartment. So if people are really keen to get properties which mirror environment, if let's put it more clearly, do you think it's a good idea that we, or you are doing it, exchanging the good ESG examples from real estate projects?
Okay, thank you. So primarily, if you look at this from a customer perspective, I think there is a beginning in the sense that they are looking at, because the millenniums and the children are actually driving this. They are asking them that, are you working in a green office? Are we staying in a green home? Why don't you send me to a green school? So that's where the flow is. For commercial, obviously there is my principles in Europe and US, since we are in the IT space, so, Mindspace or Commerzone, and they obviously understand that when they occupy a green building, they're going to spend and use less water and power. And then obviously using less power means drawing less power from a coal-based power plant.
Yes.
And especially in a country like India, where water is more important in terms of availability. If we try and reduce by recycling, by using the reflushing water in gardening, in air conditioning, you're going to reduce your intake, and obviously from our natural resources you're going to draw less water. Having said that, when you look at the social and the governance part for a real estate project, I think the real estate industry has to work on that along with the E part. Right now also, I have been told that only 40% of builders in India are actually looking at environmental sustainable building. There's a huge chunk which is still not doing that. So bodies like the US Green Building Council and CI, Indian Green Building Council, are doing the bit to educate them and to get more and more of them. So customers to pay a higher price, I would disagree, because whether we look at our rental customers in leasing, so maybe in the last 5-7 years, it's become like a done thing. You have to give me a green building, right? Whether it's gold or platinum, or you have to give me a green mall or a green hotel. So there is no real premium in that sense, but you obviously differentiate. And if you're not going to do it, you are not going to be able to sell the house or lease your building. Thank you.
Yeah, but the very surprising, my own understanding of the sector is that I stay in Noida, and I stay in sector 40, and just across the road, Godrej launches a project which was sold in 3 hours, because they promised a private forest. And for Noida, it was something unreal, because Noida, no builder had previously tried to do, except for 1 or 2 smaller builders who had quality, timely possession, timely construction, or following all the government laws. And this was apparently the first major, I would say the entire project was sold, the first major event for Godrej, which happened last year, maybe last year, in sector 45. So for Bombay or for Maharashtra or for maybe even Bangalore and some pockets who come in that 40%, where people are clear about demanding the greener periphery or green buildings or green accommodation. In North India, I would say it won't cross even 15%, 10 to 15%. And that's because most of the builders we represent, and I have seen them, that forget about having an environmental norm, the G becomes a big challenge, and that remains a challenge even now. It has streamlined because of the better governance which is happening in fewer states, but it remains a challenge. So there are companies which, if they will come to North India, they will introduce the green parameters. It has not even been introduced so far, I would say. So maybe Godrej was one of the first to start. I will come to Mr. Abdullah and I will ask you that what is your own assessment about governance? Because how much governance actually decides the fate of a ESG? And governance, we are talking about the corporate governance and also the governance which we have to deal with, the rules and regulation part of it. So which are the states which you feel are up on it, and which are the states which needs to catch up?
So as I was talking about our do good, do well philosophy, I think governance is very central to any company taking up ESG, because unless it is part of the vision and unless it is acknowledged by the management that these are long-term risks which can erode the value creation opportunities. So governance is, I think, central, because the will has to come up and then the whole system has to be oriented around it. Now, in our case, while we have a full ESG strategy, but we do understand that these are such risks which, if not addressed in time, can become an issue. And not only that, these are major opportunities for not only doing good, doing well, but it is also a nation building opportunity.
Yes.
So there, it all obviously comes from the top. Then on internal governance, once you have a vision, then that vision makes you create a strategy and a process. Now this process and this performance needs to be internally evaluated, controlled, and guided. So unless there are such mechanisms in a company, a lot of strategies can fall flat. And our experience is that it's a very top-down approach can only make good progress in ESG, and unless the internal governance structure is well in place, I think it's not possible to make progress. Coming to the from the national angle,
yes.
So if you look at the efforts by, say, the Ministry of Environment and Forest in terms of the environmental impact assessments, if you look at Bureau of Energy Efficiency and the codes, and I would also like to add that now a residential ECBC is also in place with the name of Eco-Niwas Samhita. And you also look at SEBI and this whole BRSR framework, which is a very welcome thing, and the way they are also trying to expand it to even the supply chain in a larger pool of companies, and also trying to evolve it and also trying to give it a context and flavor. So from the government side, from internal in the company, and also from the requirements which come from other external forces, I think it's all shaping up. It's all it will evolve, obviously, in some time, and these mechanisms will be a great help in orienting it in the right direction. Now, when you're asking about how it is in various states, I may not be competent to advise about that, and I would say that for forward-looking organizations, it is you would always find that they are much ahead of what the requirements are coming from the regulators, or whatever frameworks are being proposed, because they are looking at it as a transition risk and thinking much deeper into the future and trying to stay ahead of the curve. So it again comes back and boils down to the internal governance, where there is a much deeper, much long-term view on that, instead of how the contemporary regulation is evolving.
Yes. So on this, I just wanted to share that Terry has been doing a lot of work on this. Terry of late has been working with CREDAI very regularly, and to the places where Mr. Kanchawala said that the 40% or 60% people who needs to further get education on the basic principles of ESG, on introducing the sustainable architecture, sustainable development. TERI is doing a lot of work. TERI has also started its own grading, which is Griha and other kind of grading which they are working, apart from the LEED certification. And even in courts, when you are representing a large developer and it is facing a motivated public interest litigation on water issue or sewage or other kind of issue, these certifications like LEED or Griha, they not only insulate you from a lot of apathy, and court really supports such progressive and proactive certification, but it also makes a image about you and creates a very right kind of climate, which has happened much before the fund and other aspects came into being. Mr. Verghese, I'll ask you the very important part of this discussion, that the FDI which flows into real estate sector, I think 25% of the entire FDI now in some form comes into the real estate sector. And much of it is also coming from the green funds or sustainable funds. And it has really enhanced in last 2-3 years. What Mr. Abdullah says, maybe the whole industry is now on a bounce, and real estate sector is a large beneficiary. When it comes to funds, how the funds evaluate that this company follows the best ESG practices, and this real estate company will put our money?
Very interesting question. Sorry.
Advice. This is an advice actually.
So yeah, so there are probably multiple angles to it. One, so the investors look at probably overall ESG rating, in which maybe a certified building or certification program only a contributor. Okay. ESG for a real estate company is much larger than a particular project getting certified. When you go for a certification of a building, a lot of green concepts go into the design and construction and later operation of the building. But at an entity level, ESG is much larger and deeper. So, so if an investor is looking at investing in a real estate company, definitely an ESG rating is something that they would look at. If they're looking at a particular project, they would probably look at the certification and other attributes of that particular project. And, so today, there is something called green taxonomy, which is nothing but sort of a predefined metrics for investors, telling them, okay, these particular sectors and this particular type of projects are considered green. For example, the EU has a green taxonomy. India, we don't have a taxonomy, but certain sectors intuitively are green. We know that. Yes. In most of the defined taxonomies, green buildings are defined, is included in the green taxonomy. And therefore, funding going into green buildings is considered green. It contributes to, global emission reduction. So but just recently, I think we have some steady guidance coming, giving an initial preliminary set of taxonomy. I don't think the green building is particular. It is called out. Green building is called out, and that is one aspect that probably investors will look at. And green building by nature, by definition, is within a taxonomy, or even if you don't have a taxonomy, it will be considered a green investment. You could potentially look at raising green bonds for a green building portfolio. REITs, a lot of them are trying to have not only have certified buildings in the portfolio, but also have a high rating, ESG rating. They especially they like this GRESB benchmark. It's a global sustainability benchmark for real estate companies. And I think all the three listed rates today in India, they are all 5-star rated.
Wow.
So that means they have very good ESG performance already. And you will see this sort of transition. Companies that are looking to set rate, having a rate, they are definitely deliberately moving into an ESG framework. I mean,
Yes.
that's something that they definitely do. They know through setting high ESG goals and performance, they can probably attract better investors and more money. So so that's how this sector is moving. As I said, this sector is a big lever in the global climate action, and therefore this will continue to attract and will continue to be pushed. Today it's just green building, certified building. Tomorrow it will be different levels of net zero buildings are already happening, right? 100% driven by renewable energy. Even the embedded carbon, trying to use as much low carbon materials as possible, and then offsetting the remaining emissions, and therefore getting green building or net zero building. They're going to be extremely attractive for investors. I think both things to get in that direction.
Very well said. Amrit sir, I'll ask you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If you allow me to add, Mindspace Business REIT, our company, we were the first ones. We've closed a $500 million green bonds for our portfolio. So it has been a journey, but it has been interesting and fruitful because not many, I mean, the first green bond for a REIT and not many green bonds right now in the country. And I think this is the way to go, right? To differentiate between the, what they call as greenwashing or, somebody actually building a sustainable building, which is actually, engineering more than architecture, what we call as passive architecture and active engineering. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Well put. Amresh Kumar Singh, sir, I'll tell you that one of the projects we were before the courts was connected with a large software park in Delhi, a large software park in Mumbai, Andheri. And while doing the defending the project, we realized that it has one of the best sanctuary for birds. It's one of the largest software parks. So I'm not taking the name, I'm just telling it. And that bird sanctuary, we got basically Forest Survey of India and Wildlife Institute of India to do a combined report. That how this is so unique, which had no purpose or anything. They just created it because those birds were coming and more plantation happened, more such trees came. And in 8 to 10 years, that became the biggest sanctuary. So it's one of the it can't be recognized as a bird sanctuary, but it has like a lot of birds come there, thousands of birds come there. And when we presented this report of Wildlife Institute of India to the court, they said that why such examples are not being told. When a good real estate project happens and they are a sanctuary to any kind of vegetation or flora or fauna, if that comes as a story format in any kind of story, we'll not be just running after Tim Cook and Steve Jobs. We'll be talking about our own stories. And that is what is important, that in real estate projects, like I saw the Totals project in Bangalore, that you can't even see the apartment. It's all cloud. There's a cloud cover. Plants are like a cloud cover for them. And so these stories need to come out. That is one. And the second thing I want to ask you, what do you think about the water certification now? Energy certification, everybody is talking about. The water, uses of water is going to be a bigger issue for real estate sector. If you're talking about ESG, the E part, what do you think about it?
Yeah, so, I agree with you. Absolutely. I mean, that's the issue. But, let me just address the first aspect of it, where you talked about the green cover. So it would have two components. One is the mandatory component. So typically when a building is being constructed, there would be a layout plan in conjunction with the zoning plan, and that would kind of, that lay down that what is going to be the green cover and all that, and that is going to be absolutely sacrosanct.
Correct.
if there is any deviation there, then, all kinds of liabilities, that is available under law, whether it's in the nature of absolute liability or punitive liability or criminal liability, vicarious liability, all of that would get triggered in. Then the second component is that in the event the developer, like what you talked about as a forest element in a living condominium, then, the benefit which will accrue to the developer is an increased FAR.
Absolutely.
And obviously now with RERA coming in, with globalization and all that, the consumers having deeper pockets, they are very, very well educated and aware. They are very, very mindful of all these strict judicial decisions, punitive actions which is being taken against developers. So they would really look forward to getting into projects which are of this nature. Now, so far as the water and things are concerned, water extraction itself is a big issue, which is being monitored by the tribunal, Green Tribunal, and also the Supreme Court, where they have linked it to a breach of the governance of the company.
Correct.
So there have been judgments like that Upahar judgment and so many other judgments where the Supreme Court and National Commission have clearly stated that such kind of breaches are almost, breaches of the governance obligations of a company.
Yes.
And things like that. So there are various legislation in place. We have the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act of 1974, which is mandatory in nature. Then we have the Air Prevention Act, which is also mandatory in nature. And typically all the projects now, they have to get the environmental impact assessment, certification under the Environmental Protection Act. So therefore it is very, very important, so for the developers, what is very important is to be on the right side of compliance.
Yes. And then do anything more. And do anything more, it's always beneficial for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And when they are kind of navigating around a particular circular and all that, my advice to developers would always be that leave a space for interplay. Do not take over aggressive interpretation so as to circumvent the law. Because now, the environmental issues are getting very, very aggressive with the kind of actions which are being, taken by the respective forums and courts. It is very, very important that all the developers fall in line in compliance, which is not only going to give them longevity, but is also going to improve and buttress the sentiments of the customers. That's exactly what it is. Now, if you look at the RERA law also on its authorities, competence, requires people to be very, very well informed of the environmental laws.
Yes.
And there are lot of obligations which have been put on the promoters to make sure that every project is in compliance and things like that. So therefore, now it is very, very imperative and important that, all environmental laws be complied with by the developers, because code would construe every breach, on the continuum of ESG.
Correct. Very well said, sir. Just final words now. So, Mr. Kanchawala, what do you think is one major factor which has completely changed in favor of developers, the respectability part of it, that real estate projects, and that's what I wish also for the projects in rest of part of the country, that you are now setting examples for good governance and sustainability. That's what you said with your examples, the kind of funding you are saying. So what is your next frontier now on ESG? What is your next challenge on ESG?
So, we are looking at, we've given targets for carbon neutrality. We've given targets for net zero. We've given targets for, governance, because since we are listed companies, whether it is Mindspace Business REIT or Chalet, in the governance levels. Just to quickly tell you, when SEBI had called us for a presentation, they were only interested in the environment part of the ESG more than everything else, because that's something which, and now I believe SEBI has got a lot of people whom they have recruited from IIT and young guys who actually when they look at the portfolio, they are equally interested in the sustainability part of ESG. So that was refreshing for me when I saw that. So going forward, I think the government of India has given targets, 2017 net zero. The state governments are looking at it. Solar is in a big way, EV vehicles. So whether, we are also part of the climate group where we have committed for RE100, that is 100% renewable energy, then EV100 electrical vehicles or RP100. So this is the way forward, whether developers like it or not, because obviously there's, like we all say, there's only one planet, right? And we are grandchildren need to be given that from us rather than, so there is, we want a certain GDP growth, there is a certain population in the country. So when you construct any kind of structure, home, hotel, malls, schools, why not make them sustainable so that you use less power and water?
Very well said. Mr. Abdullah, what is your next goal on ESG?
Okay, so as I said earlier, we see this as a nation building opportunity. And we are quite uniquely placed by our large township models, where instead of making a contained real estate project, a small, we have city scale projects like Palava and Upper Thane, where the scale is as big as that. Like we have made more than 500 buildings there, more than 2 lakh people already live there. So the project scale is that. Ultimately, there will be more than 1 million people living there. So this urban model is something for us as a living lab. And we have created something called Lodha Net Zero Urban Accelerator in partnership with a US-based think tank, Rocky Mountain Institute, where we have broken the entire emissions of the built environment into its component parts, including embodied carbon, passive designs, equipment efficiency, clean energy, green mobility, and so on, and green finance. So with all of this, we are trying to decarbonize this whole built environment. And we also want to offer this as a template for industry at large to follow.
Lovely.
So in that manner, we have this nation building opportunity. Similarly, we think, very deeply about women empowerment as well as education. So our entire social focus is on that, and we are supporting program Unnati, which is for upskilling and training women, as well as the Lodha Genius program, where we are. So the idea is to pick bright students who will be the future of the country, and handhold them until their complete education, so that they understand that when they reach the position of influence, how can they give back to society? So apart from only building the nation, but also passing this on. So that way, there are huge set of opportunities, and we are very well placed to take them up.
Yeah, Mr. Verghese, you are coming up with any knowledge paper or something for ESG in real estate?
Yeah, I mean, in fact, just yesterday I was, talking about it. Yes, there would be an article, some story coming out soon. But I just wanted to say, this sort of the future of ESG and the real estate in India. Look at us as a young country, and I mean, we have set a 2070 net zero goal. By 2070, our real estate and what we will say in 2070, most of it, probably more than 80% of it is yet to be built.
Yes.
And by the time we should be transforming, this economy and everything. So for us, this is a big opportunity and even bigger responsibility, so that we follow this ESG, we support this whole decarbonization, and we get to net zero. And the sector has a role to play.
Yeah, wonderful. Mr. Singh, last word to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very important, because the way these concepts and ideas have got integrated into law and with so much of proactive stand being taken by the National Green Tribunal and the Supreme Court and the Consumer Disputes Redressal Commission and so on and so forth, it's very, very important to be on the right side of law and be absolutely compliant. One example would be the Great India Bustard bird issue in Rajasthan, where really, the message is loud and clear that when it comes to environmental protection, that is going to be predominant. But in the same breath, very recently, Supreme Court relaxed some of these eco-sensitive parameters to allow certain residential fabric of a village to develop. So again, the sustainable development of environment along with development, as enunciated by the Honorable Supreme Court, is what is key and is what is going to be the predominant going forward.
Wonderful. Very well said. Thank you. Thank you, my panelists, all of you, for coming together and doing such an amazing debate on ESG, on environment, which is refreshing. Hope to connect again. All over to you, Sapna.
Mr. Mishra, you spoke about few of the instances. You spoke about some examples. What are your last words about ESG? And in fact, one of our questions that we have received is that when we say ESG, the E is still taken care of because they have ratings, green ratings. But what about the social and governance? How do we verify those claims?
So I will say about all three, actually. Environment, I'm very aspirational, as rightly said by my co-panelists, that the courts have set a momentum. They have created a culture for accountability. And now the courts have actually slowed down. You can see NGT not being that active in last 2-3 years, but the momentum has been set. So environment is largely taken care. I would still recommend that a lot of proactive knowledge papers, stories, successes of our individual projects need to come out. Maybe Realty Plus can compile few of such stories. And I say that stories are the best way to connect. Like you can see, everybody knows Apple as a story. That's why Tim Cook is welcomed like this in our country. So we should bring those stories. Governance is a major problem. In my understanding, both the corporate governance, which a Lodha or a Raheja or Hinanandani will have, I will write their governance parameters and corporate governance principles to translate into the projects which are happening in Banaras and Lucknow and Noida. Now, if that happens, then the real estate sector will go for a big revamp. The third, the social, I was very touched by what Mr. Abdullah said, that if you are so bullish about education, girl child, going really seriously after it and believing in it, those kind of social linkages will actually deflate a lot of social friction which we have around the projects, where people are disconnected, the labor is disconnected, the communities are disconnected, society is disconnected. So if you can have a bridge with them, the way industry has that bridge, when they do a large project, they have quite a bridge. The local people are stakeholders, the same stakeholding capacity if we can have in the real estate sector. I think both E, S, G, all three can be taken care of.
That's right. One question we have in time for one more question is, are there some legal ESG requirements like we have NGTs and Pollution Control Board? Is there some regulatory body or mechanism for monitoring ESG? Do we have that in India? Mr. Mishra, you can choose who speaker should take that.
Josh, you want to say something about it?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So on ESG, ESG is a really wide spectrum of topics, and there is no single authority or law. And the other point is ESG so far, for the most part, been in the voluntary action space. Only now we started specific regulations. Like the first one would be this mandatory disclosure by close by us. But going forward, and since then SEBI has actually rolled out some other decisions as well, we will see an increasing number of regulations. We will probably see a green taxonomy. We will see, regulations around funding, financing, and performance, a lot of things. But there are many in our environmental law, in many aspects are embedded in those actually.
Yes.
This is not something, it's not a standalone piece. It has different anchor. It is anchoring in different places. So different touch points already.
Okay, so no single regulatory body, although SEBI has come out with some guidelines for the listed companies. So probably we'll see something coming up soon.
SEBI has BRSR, which for the first 1,500 listed companies, for which BRSR, a lot of part of it flows from ESG. So, and then they look for, well, like what we do is before we put anything out, we do assurance. We get an independent third party to audit before we put out the figures. So I think SEBI will look at that in BSR. Anything which is put in the public domain needs to be assured by an independent third party audit, the data which flows out from that.
Right. That's good to hear. And in fact, as Mr. Sudhir Mishra said, that these things have to percolate now down the line to smaller cities, to smaller developers. Big developers are already doing that, and the listed companies are already doing that. So thanks to our panel members for that wonderful discussion and for giving us a lot of clarity on what ESG is all about and how we are moving in that direction. So thank you so much also for taking the audience questions. Thanks everyone, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Amresh Singh, On Abdullah, Mr. Bose Varghese, and Shabir for joining us here for this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this was our session on ESG. Now let us move on to the next very interesting discussion, which is on the controversial topic of IBC, which is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. And we will be talking about the status, rights, and resolutions for home buyers under IBC. Let me introduce our panel members for this session. Chairing this discussion will be Ashish Agarwal, Senior Vice President, Research and Investment Advisory, Capital Markets, Anarok Capital Advisors Private Limited. He has over 24 years of experience in financial and real estate markets in various roles and capacities. Currently, he is engaged in research and transaction advisory for Anarok Capital Advisors and has covered the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code with a special focus on the real estate sector, among various other subjects. Mr. Agarwal, a very warm welcome to you. Let me now welcome our speakers in an alphabetical order.
Thank you.
Let me introduce Mr. Dhaval Vasunji, Managing Partner, Dhaval Vasunji and Associates, Advocates and Solicitors, who enjoys a reputation for being an astute lawyer with 15 years of diverse and rich experience. Under his leadership, the firm has gained rapid recognition for its solution-oriented approach in diverse areas of practice, including banking and finance, capital markets, corporate advisory, mergers and acquisitions, and real estate laws. Our next panel member, let me introduce Arijit Chatterjee, partner Fox Mandal and Associates, LLP, who has more than 22 years of legal expertise in corporate law, mergers and acquisitions, corporate restructuring, and insolvency and bankruptcy. Our next panel member is Ms. Sonam Chandwani, founder and managing partner, KS Legal and Associates. She heads the firm's corporate litigation practice and specializes in commercial structures, commercial litigation, mergers and acquisitions, with an emphasis on large-scale and complex commercial litigation. She advises on insolvency matters and her expertise covers all forms of dispute resolution, arbitration, and mediation. Our next panel member is Mr. Saurabh Panda, partner Sharda Amarchand Mangaldas and Company. He specializes in insolvency and bankruptcy, debt restructuring, structured finance, corporate lending, securitizations, and strategic advisory on lender enforcement actions. He has extensive experience in representing banks and financial institutions, strategic and financial investors in insolvency resolution processes. Our next and final member, let me welcome Mr. Siddharth Batra, advocate on record, Supreme Court of India, former Additional Advocate General for Haryana. Mr. Batra has more than 16 years of experience in the legal sector. He is also a managing partner at Satram Das B and Company and has been practicing as an advocate in the Supreme Court of India, high courts, district courts, and other forums and arbitral tribunals. As an additional advocate general for the state of Haryana, he represented the state departments and has advised the government of Haryana on legal affairs. So this is our power pack panel for the discussion. Ashish, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code has come as a boon to all creditors who have been struggling with high delinquencies in a backdrop of domestic bankruptcy laws, which would take forever to resolve. The tardy pace of resolutions forced banks on the back foot and to agree to defaulting promoters' suboptimal resolution plans, which impacted the overall credit culture within the domestic borrowers. The IBC came as a ray of hope to creditors. The mechanism dramatically reduced resolution timelines and produced superior resolution rates and better recoveries. Indeed, the threat of a corporate's insolvency resolution process became an important negotiating tool in the hands of creditor to recover its dues. Like other sectors struggling with debt, the real estate sector also has its share of woes. As per estimates, there are about 1,500 projects stuck across 4.5 lakh units. These units have a large number of home buyers who have poured their hard-earned savings to buy their dream homes and have seen their dreams all but evaporate. In this context, the IBC has been a significant savior for the stakeholders in the real estate sector, especially the home buyer. IBC not only provides a ray of hope for home buyers, but also opens up interesting business opportunities for developers who are willing to step in to resolve the stress in the sector. Today, at the first edition of Realty Plus Real Estate Legal Conclave 2023, we have with us an eminent panel of speakers who would be guiding us all on the status, rights, and resolution for home buyers under IBC. So we will split this discussion into two rounds. In the first round, we will examine the topic from a home buyer's perspective. And then in the second round, we will discuss the issue from a PRA's perspective with a special focus on managing home buyers' concerns. So let me start with Siddharth. Siddharth, is it fair to say that for the first time, home buyers have hope emerging from a resolution process? So what has truly changed for the home buyer?
A very good afternoon to all. I think first, I'm pleased to be on such a panel. Thank you to Exchange for Media as well. Thank you, Sapna, for inviting me. Very interesting topic for today. And I think this will involve a lot of people, a lot of home buyers across the country who may be facing problems with the developer, which they book their apartment, flats, or whatever. Yes, things have completely changed. You're absolutely right. In fact, the whole jurisprudence, the whole paradigm has changed. The IBC code came in 2016. In 2016, IBC did not recognize allottees or a real estate project. It was for the first time in 2018, an amendment was brought in Section 5, wherein an allottee and a real estate project were in fact added as a financial debt, whatever money which is being paid to a developer by an allottee. Ultimately, if the developer is not able to develop the project in time, it was considered to be a debt, the money that has been paid. And then, yes, a series of judgments by the Supreme Court, by the NCLT. Then 2020, we had another amendment in Section 7 as to who will be a financial creditor. I believe it was the will of the Parliament that this amendment was brought in. And since a lot of matters were also pending in different courts, like if you take the case of JP, in that a lot of home buyers had approached the court since NCLT proceedings were going in Allahabad. And at that point of time, they were feeling left out. So they had filed Article 32 in the Supreme Court that was entertained. And courts were also going in that direction. But then, yes, there was an amendment that came, which was very much required. And the money that is paid by an allottee was considered to be a financial debt. So all in all, everything has completely changed since over the years 2018 and 20. Yes, that convenience, you can say, or a remedy is provided today, which puts pressure upon a real estate developer to complete the project within time. Otherwise, as per the provisions of the IBC, the home buyers can, yes, approach the NCLT for triggering CIRP proceedings. And then if the developer does not amend its ways, if the developer is not able to come to its commitments, which was committed in the agreement, not give possession, not give assured returns, and not able to deliver the project in time, then obviously, yes, the management can slip into the hands of a IRP, and that can be looms for from the perspective of a developer as such. So all in all, yes, there has been a change. Things are radically changing. We already have a lot of judgments which are supporting the home buyers, and obviously, yes, even the tribunals are forthcoming when it comes to the right of home buyers, since there was a lot of hue and cry in the country, since developers were not able to develop and give the projects within time, people were suffering. And the great thing is that Parliament recognized and gave an allotee a right as a financial debt. It's much superior than an operational debt. And then they get a say in the committee of creditors as well. So, Ashish, all in all, great signs. We are moving towards, I will say, we are moving towards a time when developers will have to mend their ways in order to make sure that their projects are completed within time.
Super. Thank you so much. I think you mentioned it the best when you said the home buyers also now have a say along in the committee of creditors. So, next question is for Dhaval. So, as we see what Siddharth just mentioned, that the home buyer is now on a legally strong wicket under the legislative framework. So now, if a home buyer finds himself or herself stuck with an insolvent developer, what are the specific steps such a home buyer should take to secure his or her interests?
So, like Siddharth rightly pointed out, the IBC has really tried to protect the rights of the home buyers. The home buyers also come on the committee of creditors. See, it's absolutely essential for the home buyers to get in touch with the resolution professionals to file their claims over there. See, because the resolution professional can admit the claim only once you file the claim before him. He's able to verify the sales which are made by the developer in favor of the home buyer. So you have to provide him whatever information is required for the purposes of enabling him to first bring you on the committee of creditors. Now the home buyers together represent a class of creditors. So they don't each of them have the right to go and sit on the committee, because there will be just too many people on the committee of creditors for people to manage. So they will be represented by a resolution professional or person qualified as a resolution professional, as to represent these home buyers in turn on the committee of creditors. So the home buyers must get together, select a person with who they have comfort, because it's this person who will be attending the meetings at the committee of creditors. It is this person who will be communicating to them. This person will go and vote on their behalf. So being able to correctly communicate what you want out of the resolution process, and for him to be able to explain to the RP what is required, and for him to effectively communicate back to the home buyers that, look, this is possible, this is it. Look, you are dealing with an insolvent at the end of the day. Your counterparty is insolvent, right? So if the home buyers say, look, we want the world and we want the Taj Mahal to be built, it may be difficult. So for them to be reasonable, for them to appoint good professionals, for them to appoint professionals who can effectively communicate back to them what the problems are and how this resolution is panning out, I think is important. Also, I would like to mention here that RERA also is a very important tool for the home buyers protection, and RERA stands alongside with the IBC. So they should not forget that their rights under RERA will stand protected, and therefore there's anything in the proceedings which is affecting them, they can bring out that, look, these rights are contrary to my rights under RERA and they should be protected, and I'm sure the NCLT will look into that.
That's very interesting. So you mentioned that first and foremost, the home buyer has to go and file their claims. Number two, they have to have an appropriate resolution professional, an IRP who can represent them in the COC.
Yeah.
And of course, they should also keep in mind that RERA as a forum is a very solid forum that helps the home buyers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you so much. The next question is for Saurav. Saurav, you worked very closely with financial institutions. So do you feel that the setup favors the home buyers to an extent where there is little incentive for financial creditors to consider resorting to a CIRP, which in effect ends up affecting the home buyer's interest as well?
See, I would not like to look at it in absolute terms. And there is no absolute answer to this, because this actually depends on the factual context on a case to case. Ultimately, and this is true for all IBC cases, the interests of different creditors may have variance. right? Secured creditors, unsecured creditors, operational creditors, all of them may have their own vested interests within the process. Ultimately, of course, the end objective is to find a resolution. Correct. Now, viewed differently, if you take a couple of examples, right? There are examples where the home buyers form the majority of the committee of creditors. And there are also certain examples where the home buyers actually form a minority because the secured debt and the debt by the banks and financial institutions actually forms the bulk of the overall debt profile of the company. Now, ordinarily, one would assume that, given the security profile, etc., banks and financial institutions would be more keen in certain cases where, they form the overall decision-making majority within the committee of creditors. And perhaps they would be a little more apprehensive in other cases where they form a minority, given that ultimately the decision-making vests with, the home buyers. And we have classic cases like JP, as reference points now. But look at how the law has evolved. And the law has evolved in a manner that increasingly over a period of time with the multiple amendments, I think Siddharth rightly mentioned about how the law has evolved, where initially when the law came in, the home buyers didn't have a place on the table. Then they were recognized as financial creditors. The law was amended to that effect. Then, the obvious question, with such a disparate number of individuals, how do you even conduct a COC meeting? So they had a representative, and a representative who is also an insolvency professional. So he has the acumen to understand the nuances of insolvency laws. And then they came out with further amendments to ensure that there is actually decision making, wherein they brought in the 2019 amendments to ensure that there is actually decision making based on the number of votes cast. Otherwise, the challenge was, getting to a decision, right? Now, the way the law has now evolved is practically, from a legislative perspective, given a level playing field. From a home buyer's perspective, and I'm picking up from, the previous panelists as well, from a home buyer's perspective, they have the options. They are looking at RERA. They are looking at, in certain cases, consumer protection laws as well. And of course, there is IBC, where, in an appropriate case, you would want to go for a resolution under IBC. Similarly placed are also the financial, the other financial creditors, the banks and financial institutions. They also have multiple options. They are looking at SARFACI. They are looking at a debt recovery. They are also looking at a potential RBI restructuring under the June circular, etc. Right? Ultimately, each of these groups, based on the facts and circumstances, takes their call, right? And it may not be accurate to perhaps, say that potentially the law in any way favors one group over the other. It's the facts in a particular case which will ultimately decide how the creditors, take their view, insofar as the insolvency initiation is concerned, right? And we should, and that is how the law should be framed, that it provides a level playing field to the different groups. Ultimately, if you look at it this way, that even if there is a restructuring of the ultimate debt of the company through the RBI framework for banks and financial institutions, potentially it may work out to the best interest of the home buyers as well, if the project is actually completed, because ultimately that is the key goal of a home buyer.
That's the goal, yeah.
So from that perspective, I feel that both home buyers and the other lenders, so to say, of the company are now they've got a level playing field. They are both financial creditors, and therefore this has allowed, the law has now allowed home buyers a seat on the table where they can take a key role, have a key role in the decision making process. So I think it's a level playing field now.
Great, thanks. I think that's a very interesting clue that you've given over here. The field is level for everyone. The facts of the case will really determine how a resolution process will really move forward. Great. So thanks. So my next question is for Sonam. Sonam, you have your forte in arbitration and dispute resolution. In your opinion, how does a home buyer protect his or her interests while ensuring that they are playing a constructive role in the resolution process, because as Saurav just mentioned, the end goal for everyone is the completion of the project. So Sonam, if you could throw some light on this.
Sure, Ashish. So I believe first step is to prioritize awareness and vigilance, because it's very important for home buyers to stay informed about their rights and responsibilities, and also to monitor or diligently monitor the progress of the resolution process. And secondly, also to take active part in the proceedings, which will also help them, by participating in COC meetings, either personally or maybe through an authorized representative. One can voice their concerns, suggestions, or preferences, ensuring their interest is taken into consideration while decision making. So these things are a little important while they want to, actively participate in the process. So also it is important to have a legal expert in place who can guide them and offer them a strong representation during the entire resolution process. So this also ensures that their rights are protected and any disputes or issues are addressed effectively. Moreover, it is crucial to emphasize the importance of collaboration among stakeholders, including financial institutions, operational creditors, and CIRPs. So I think by joining forces, we can establish a consensus on the resolution plan, which will result in a seamless and more effective process that benefits everyone involved. So I think there have been various cases which demonstrate the power of collaboration among stakeholders. There has been various cases wherein the resolution was successfully arrived at. There's JP, there's Unitech. So I think government is also playing an important role now in all these cases, which is also helping the home buyers ultimately. Further, supporting a viable resolution plan is also crucial. While we all understand that, as Dhaval highlighted, that they cannot expect that there'll be no compromises. Some compromises may be necessary. The focus should be on a long-term sustainability and protecting one's interest. Also, everyone needs to be prepared for potential risk and uncertainties by having contingency plans in place. So there's a possibility of disagreements. So it is also important to consider mediation, negotiations to resolve the issues amicably. And it is also important to simultaneously engage with the developers and other stakeholders to explore pre-insolvency resolution mechanisms, which is out-of-court settlements, debt restructuring, or maybe one-time settlement options. This will, help in expediting the project completion, which is the ultimate objective, but will also foster a constructive atmosphere during the resolution process. So I believe finally it is important, that the resolution professional and other stakeholders fulfill their obligations under the IBC and which will hold the parties accountable and guarantee that the project is completed as per the agreed timelines. So to conclude this, by adopting these measures, I think home buyers can effectively protect their interests while playing a constructive role in the entire resolution process.
Thank you, Sonam. That's a very interesting thing that you mentioned, that the home buyer should continue the parallel conversation to have the project resurrected and revitalized while also pursuing the CIRP at the same time. Interesting. So, Arijit, given that the buyers have a significance in the resolution process now, what are the key pieces of advice that you would offer to an affected home buyer?
Yeah, thank you, Ashish. And Sapna, thank you for inviting me. Before I venture into the advice part, because the buyers here are diverse in nature, as everyone understands, it's important to understand who actually falls within the category of a home buyer. So the IBC at this point of time is linked to the RERA. An LOT under RERA who has booked an apartment, a house, or a plot of land for development is basically an LOT. There has been judicial activism since 2017 after the IBC came in 2016, because initially, home buyers did not fit into any category of stakeholders. They were completely outside. They were, in fact, in the category of other creditors. The Supreme Court stepped in a matter of 2017, Chitra Sharma, and for the first time said and recognized that a home buyer has put in all the money to acquire a house for his future, and he needs to be protected. His interests are to be taken care of. So the first step that the Supreme Court took as an indicator here was appoint the advocate and recorder senior counsel on the COC to take care of the interests of the home buyers. The legislature takes a cue from what Supreme Court first started in Chitra Sharma. And we then have the amendments coming in, gradually making the buyers, the home buyers here as financial creditors. Thereafter, once that happened, again, Supreme Court indicated and the working of the COC indicated that there were too many home buyers. So then another amendment came where there was a certain qualification which came in that you have to be 100 in number in a single project or 10%. So we are, I believe, still evolving the rights and the way a home buyer can protect himself vis-a-vis the IBC. Now, in a nutshell, see, this is the background. Now, when a home buyer comes, we have to look at what is the requirement of this home buyer. There may be a home buyer who is thoroughly frustrated and wants his money back. There may be another kind of home buyer who may come and say that I really want my apartment. I need that. I'm living on rent for so many years. There may be a third kind who wants to realize his money. It's just an investment. So the advice there cannot be a uniform advice for these three categories. So if somebody comes in who says, I need my house, I'll probably think now, is it a curative remedy he's looking at, or is it a breach he's complaining of, both at statutory level, RERA level, or his agreement level? And the forum has to be intelligently applied. It could be the RERA authority. For a curative remedy, I would suggest you go to consumer forum. And in fact, after all this, if we say lose all faith in the management, the promoter is disinterested, he's actually insolvent, the project has no way it can move, then maybe I will suggest a home buyer that you can consider looking at IBC. Primarily, see, this is how I see an advice is to be given to a home buyer. He has to be dealt with some sentiment from the part of the professionals. His needs have to be understood. IBC probably for me when a home buyer comes is the last resort. Simply because see, it doesn't guarantee him a quick fulfillment of his requirement today. It is uncertain. This is an evolving law. We still don't know. See, for every amendment that comes, there's a challenge. It has been repeatedly argued inequality among equals and vice versa. So these kind of arguments are very it's very uncertain. It's not certain that every time the Supreme Court will uphold the interest of the home buyers also in future. So advice has to be meticulously developed to suit the need of the home buyer. Now, home buyers today have been put in a collective decision-making process. So now let's assume that I have advised a home buyer that you participate in the IBC process as a financial creditor or you initiate a process. He thereafter has to be very vigilant. He cannot be a lazy home buyer just waiting for others to do things and he does piggyback on others. Every home buyer has to be diligent at every level. He has to see that his voice is represented in the COC. So I'm just taking forward what has been discussed before, that when the insolvency professional calls a meeting to take the majority vote, he has to ensure he's there for that meeting. He has to ensure he votes. Otherwise, there may be a situation that only 50% of home buyers attend the insolvency professionals meeting and the majority decision turns on its head because 50% have not voted.
Got it. So basically,
at that stage, that is the kind of advice I'll give the client, that he should consult his advisor diligently and participate in every stage of the proceeding.
Correct. So your key piece of advice to the home buyer is proactively participate in the process. And while at the same time you're mentioning that the COC or the courts must have a compassionate view towards the home buyers.
That thus far, I think the courts and at least the courts have had.
Sure, got it. Thanks. That's wonderful. So now let's turn the table a little to look at the issue from the perspective of the most important stakeholder in the resolution process, without whom there can be no resolution at all, which is the prospective resolution applicant. So on this, I'd like to start with Saurabh. Saurabh, you've been part of several insolvency and restructuring matters. How has the experience been for RAs, and is it different for real estate? And if yes, what are the key reasons for deviance?
Yeah, thanks. See, the IBC provides a unique opportunity for resolution applicants to typically, buy out a company in distress. Ordinarily, in any IBC case, you will have some kind of haircut being taken by creditors, and ultimately, these being dealt with as claims in the IBC, and which is considered as a dischargeable debt to discharge and extinguish the balance of whatever is not being cleared out. And you effectively start, as Supreme Court use the terminology, on a clean slate basis, on a fresh slate basis, right? That's the ultimate goal. And from a resolution applicant's perspective, it's a great opportunity where where you identify, you carry out a diligence based on information memorandum and submit a resolution plan, acquire a company, all the past dues, debts, etc., everything stands extinguished, and you start on a clean slate basis. Now that's in theory, right? Of course, that's the objective. And of course, the ultimate objective as envisaged in the IBC preamble is also a time-bound resolution with maximization of value of assets. But even in case of a normal resolution applicant, and I'm not right now talking about the sector-specific real estate resolution applicants. In the recent past, there have been challenges around the delays. There have been challenges around litigations. And, to keep it short, there is also the category of lack of approvals. Now, I'll take a minute just to first, highlight these 3 points. The delay is usually on account of 2 reasons. One, the creditors themselves are unable to find the correct resolution plan, to their satisfaction. 2, some or the other litigation, comes in and that delays the entire process. Perhaps there may be a stay, perhaps there could be, some critical litigation which affects the ultimate outcome of resolution and has a bearing on a resolution plan. And the third reason is the general institutional challenges that we have, where the NCLTs and NCLATs are so burdened, with cases and with limited strength, that we are not able to see the kind of speed that the law envisaged. Because if you look at it, the law envisages that every resolution process must conclude within 330 days. However, rarely do we see cases which are actually concluding within that kind of time span. And it's not any particular stakeholder's fault, but it's a collective. As a collective, we are certainly facing these challenges. But who is the guy who is bearing the brunt of this at the end of the tunnel? It is the resolution applicant, because when the resolution applicant has submitted his resolution plan, he's deployed his funds towards that particular resolution plan. The delay is eating into the cost of his funds.
So this is something that I would be getting back to. So if I have to just look at the deviation in real estate vis-a-vis the other cases, if you could just summarize it, because kind of we'll be running short of time then.
Sure. I'm just coming to that. Insofar as the resolution applicants in the real estate sector are concerned, look at the challenges that they have to face. Firstly, on the other end is a committee of creditors, in many cases of which it effectively is just one individual who is representing them, which is an authorized representative. There, the process sanctity that is being followed by the resolution professional and the authorized representative is very, very critical. Because if that process sanctity is not being followed, ultimately the resolution plan is going to get embroiled in litigation, and we've seen it in so many cases where disparate groups of home buyers are challenging the process, and everything ends up in litigation and creates delay. Number two, and this is an oft-faced issue, that we are, when there are lessors, when there are leasehold lands, and there are lease dues which are unpaid, and the approvals from those lessors are sought without the payment of dues, then getting those approvals is often a challenge. We have seen it in the recent past in the JP judgment as well. While NCLT has, of course, held that ultimately the authority is an operational creditor, but eventually they will have to go back to the authority for its approvals in terms of the lease agreement. Now, how Noida Authority, or for that matter, any leasehold authority reacts, that remains to be seen. So these are critical challenges that you face in most cases. Just one, given the time constraint, I'll just limit myself to one additional specific issue that we see. In a resolution plan that you submit for a real estate company, a lot depends on what is the overall profile of projects. Now, if it is just one single project, it's perhaps easier to assess and examine and give a resolution. But if you are looking at multiple resolutions or multiple projects, right? Say, for example, the MCS envisage that we'll have project-wise processes. Then you must bear in mind that ultimately a default in one project could also trigger a default in another project. So there are nuanced issues which are there in the real estate sector because of the fact that even if one project is working well, another project's insolvency can have a bearing on it.
Got it. So basically,
and the resolution applicant, from a resolution applicant's perspective, therefore the risks become higher and higher.
Got it. So basically, as you're mentioning, the number of stakeholders are more varied with more nuanced differences between them, which can actually make the experience a little more difficult and complicated.
Correct. And because on the other end, there is no large financial creditor, large banker, etc., who has the wherewithal to sort of negotiate and to go into the nitty-gritties of a long-term plan.
I'll have to move on to the next panelist.
Please.
For that, thank you so much. Siddharth, so would you feel that, so Saurabh did mention about this, that there's a greater activism and that there is, so in this context, would you feel that a greater understanding and awareness of the CRP has led to a greater amount of litigation within the various stakeholders, and which kind of acts as a deterrent to a PRA? Because as Saurabh said, that people kind of have committed their capital or their resources. If you could throw some light on this.
I think Saurabh has described in detail from the side of the resolution applicant, who is the prospective resolution applicant, what are the problems being faced. Because ultimately, as you rightly pointed out, it's not 330 days which is being followed. But at the same time, look, for the resolution applicant, it's a calculated less risk. When you're risking, when you're going in a business transaction, obviously you'll have fruits of profit. You'll have fruits if you miscalculate it as well. From the point of view, as far as the home buyers are concerned, since there's activism, obviously, because there's a lot of hue and cry, it's hard-earned money. So many people are affected. Therefore, these amendments that came. But ultimately, as Saurabh also pointed out, to a clean slate. I mean, it has to be, once it goes through the process and the framework is ultimately accepted, then the resolution applicant has to make sure, like as he was mentioning about the permissions that have to come from various authorities, some lease agreements on some things, some payments, which are all dependent upon how the authority behaves. Because in India, to deal with the authorities, regulatory bodies is not easy as well. But at the same time, that's the expertise which a resolution applicant is expected to put in. But at the same time, in my opinion, and as far in my experience, it's the juice that's left in the project. Why will somebody go and pitch project for project in case there's unsold inventory? Obviously, somebody takes it over, and a good builder thinks that, okay, look, there is inventory in it, and whatever the selling price is right now per square feet, right, or per square yard when it comes to plots, then they may think in terms of the revenue that they can generate with their name coming, with their expertise. A lot of things that a builder, I mean, builders have different ways to go about it. You see, there is saturation in the market. I mean, the best build, there are very few which are at the top. I think most of the builders are also facing the heat. But as far as IBC is concerned, if you ask me, look, this came in because the other forums were failing. And there are reasons, I think. We don't have to blame the system as such. There's so much of pendency. We have such a huge population to take care of, ultimately, in order to see that the rights are taken care of. My friend Orijit was suggesting that, look, he will think that IBC is a last option, which I respectfully may not agree, because ultimately IBC takes care of the larger chunk. It is not that one person, one home buyer is going at one forum, the other is going at some other forum. Once you are before a NCLT in IBC and CIRP is triggered, then all the claims are taken care of. All the claims come at one place. That's where the opportunity lies for the applicant as well. That, look, if you can set them off, you can see that the things can be sorted out, because ultimately the word uses resolution applicant, right? You are applying to resolve the issue. You are going there to see that, look, things come in order and then have the benefits. Obviously, it's according to me, it's a completely calculated business risk, which any resolution applicant is free to take. It's the maths that they do. If they get wrong, they go wrong with the maths, obviously, it will turn to be bad for them as well. They will be buying a hot potato that may start bothering them as well.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, I think it's both plus and minus. But I still think from the point of view of applicant also to buy out some company and to go ahead with some acquisition, I believe that this is the right forum and that's the right place to get things going.
Well, that's very interesting. So Sonam, I'll straight away move to you on this. So obviously, as Siddharth just mentioned, that the CIRP offers very interesting opportunities where they can get into projects with a good amount of juice. But again, as has been discussed by the previous panelists, that the timelines are getting stretched because of the large population. Everyone has to be catered to. There is a bench strength issue. So in this background, what kind of trends are you seeing in terms of interest in the CIRP, both qualitatively and quantitatively?
Sure. Thank you, Ashish. So I'll answer this in a more, in a general, I'll take all aspects into consideration and then give a comprehensive response. So I think from a quantitative perspective, the interest in CIRP has been growing steadily since the implementation of the IBC. We have seen a rise in cases filed before the NCLT and successful resolutions of several high-profile cases. Recovery rates have improved compared to the pre-IBC era, indicating the effectiveness of the framework. Also, however, we must acknowledge that the stretched timelines and limited bench strength have resulted in a backlog of cases and delays in the resolution process. So, which is leading to a temporary dip in new cases being filed for CIRPS. Stakeholders, especially the financial institutions, seek alternative dispute resolution mechanisms or try to go for an alternate legal remedies available to expedite the process. So qualitatively, the CIRP has brought about significant changes in the insolvency resolution landscape in India. We have seen enhanced stakeholder involvement, such as home buyers, operational creditors, employees, resulting in more collaborative decision making. Notable example could be the JP Infratech case, where home buyers were recognized as financial creditors, allowing them to participate actively in the resolution process. So their involvement has led to the successful resolution of the case, with NBCG being chosen as the winning bidder to complete the stall project. So in the context of also keeping in mind the ARCs have been ARCs has also been allowed to facilitate the resolution of stressed assets, which is also enabling the ARCs playing a significant role in the process. So in one such case is the Alok Industry, where Reliance and JM had come together to acquire the debt-ridden company, resulting in a revival of the company and providing relief to the lenders. So I believe there has been a shift in focus from liquidation to resolution, which was not there earlier, with the primary objective of reviving the distressed companies and maximizing the value of the assets. So the transparent and time-bound nature of CIRP process has also attracted foreign investors, which is now more inclined to invest, which are now more inclined to invest in distressed assets in India. So lastly, the role of RPs has gained prominence is what I can see, and leading to the development of a professional ecosystem for insolvency resolution. So to conclude this, the interest in CRP has indeed been on the rise, both in terms of number of cases filed and the qualitative improvements in the entire resolution process. So to ensure the continued efficiency and effectiveness of the process, it is also crucial to adopt measures such as expediting the appointment of judges, also adopting technology. We face a lot of issues while attending the matters in court at NCLT also. So it is important to adopt technology for better case management and promoting alternate dispute resolution mechanisms like mediation, arbitration, which can help overcome these challenges and continue to sustain the positive trends in CRP.
Well, that's very interesting. So basically, in your observation, both qualitatively and quantitatively, the interest in CIRP has increased, though there is a slight dip, as you mentioned, in the number of cases given the backlog of cases, and that people are also evaluating alternate dispute resolution mechanisms. Great. So, Arijit, so prospective RAs do need to budget the resources for the acquisition. They need to plan their growth. So, given that the timelines are getting stretched and the timelines are itself uncertain, so how should the PRAs consider and mitigate the uncertainty involving the judicial process in their acquisition and overall business plan? And given that home buyers also linked with that, so how do home buyers plan around this uncertainty? Arijit, you're on mute, so if you could unmute yourself.
Yeah, so I'll deal this separately. For the RSC, very rightly said, it's a calculated risk, the amount of juice that's still left and the fruits you can reap. And what would be the time to reap such fruits? So taking this into account, we immediately think of a due diligence from the part of the RAs. So initially you get a data room, which the RP provides during CIRP. You have to go slightly beyond the data room, do an independent due diligence and a thorough one at that. As part of that thorough due diligence, when you do that, you will understand who's the promoter, what has CIRP, whether he's cooperating, whether he's putting obstacles to the or spokes in the wheel to the resolution, how many employees are there, is the company still a going concern, or how much of the employee dues are there. Today we see a Jet Airways judgment which probably was not calculated initially when the RA for Jet Airways came in, where the entire Provident Fund gratuity dues have to be paid outside the plan. And that has been upheld by the Supreme Court. So these, it's a very detailed discussion I can get into, but I don't want to do that. I'll simply say a very detailed due diligence is required to first assess the risks. Everyone knows this is you're taking a risk, but the advantage is that this is a distressed sale. You may just end up getting a gold mine out of a very nominal investment at the end of the deal. So that's the risk you take, and you should know the business well. In fact, it's the RP's responsibility also to check the viability of a plan and give it to an investor who can take the corporate data forward. So that's the way forward for the RA and in the plan approval process for the RP. As for the home buyer, see, the home buyer should, in my view, always take an effort to get his house. That he can do even before the resolution plan comes. There have been recent again judgments of the NCLAT where stress has been put on how to complete a home. There have been instances even where funds have been put in by the promoter and they have been allowed to complete the homes in certain circumstances by giving interim finance. So going forward, I think the stress for home buyers should be to get their houses completed and take possession if that is possible.
Got it.
In a case which that is not possible, they depend on the resolution plan.
Sure. That's wonderful. So quickly, Dhaval, so we are kind of really running short on time. So what would be the critical success factors to a resolution plan in real estate, especially considering the unique position of home buyers?
Right. So I'll make it very brief. There are only 8 points which you need to keep in mind. You need to ensure that there is a 66% majority, which is absolutely essential for your resolution plan. So in the negotiations, you have to satisfy the 66% home buyers or not. Without that, that's not going to happen. The second thing is that you cannot be unfair to the home buyers. A lot of resolution plans just now require them to pay a lot of money for the purpose of taking the resolution plan ahead. So, they are required to pay at times 5,000, 10,000 rupees a square foot, which is much more than the value of the property. But again, it may be a lot of money. If you went to count, it could be about 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs a crore. So you need to be, reasonable on what you are asking them to put in order to take it forward. You can't just go with a 66% because otherwise there could be litigation on that. Then the resolution plan has to be in compliance with law. Now that's the law. Your resolution plan cannot be violative of law. So you can't just violate rights under the contracts which have been executed under RERA, which these home buyers have. That may not make your resolution. You might be stuck in litigation if you did that. Then your resolution plan, like I said above, should ensure effective delivery of homes. In a real estate project, finally, if there's no home delivery, that's not a plan that you're really giving. The NCLT cannot rule on matters relating to title to land. So if you are in a real estate company, you need to understand what the title is and whether you will be able to construct on the title and then take the RERA responsibility of giving it on. So that's something that you need to understand before you propose the plan. Because the NCLT won't let you withdraw it if subsequently you realize that there's no title or you aren't going to be able to deliver the homes based on the title as it stands. Your delivery and payment timelines, your payment to institutions and delivery to the home buyers has to be reasonable. So what we've understood is all institutions do a present valuation of all your cash flows over a period of 2 years. So if you present a resolution plan which has delivery and payments over 10 years, I mean, they're likely to get rejected. Your authorities like the SRA, the MADA, etc., have to be satisfied. I mean, they aren't bound by the resolution plan always. So you need to comply with whatever they have to say. And finally, you need to show funds. You need to show financial close. So in your resolution plan, if you are not able to show how you will take this forward, and people are not able to see that they will see the end of the project, your resolution plan probably will be rejected. So I mean, keep these basic principles. I think you should.
Thanks. That's very crisp and very well put. So finally, to conclude, I would request each of the participants to share their overall view, just a bullet point. I'll keep it very short on one area of reform that we would like to see. We can just run it through very quickly. Arijit?
Yeah, one area of reform is, there's been a lot in the judgments about reverse insolvency. Would want to see that codified by the legislature.
Got it. That's wonderful. Thank you. Dhaval?
I would say that there should be more regulation on the way home buyers are treated, because often they aren't the majority, and the majority need not really think about them. I mean, as long as they are getting paid in full, the home buyers may not. So maybe we'll see some more regulation saying you can't ask them to pay more than 5% of the value of the flats or something like that. Hopefully, we'll see some regulation around that.
That's very interesting. Sona?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a separate tribunal to address the concerns of the home buyers as the home buyers' interests are often lost in the mix with lengthy legal proceedings and delays in the construction. So I think it is to make IBC more effective, it is crucial to ensure that the home buyers' concerns are addressed in a timely manner.
Great, thanks. And Saurav?
Before I give my point, I'd just like to thank Exchange for Media for this excellent discussion, very insightful. Just one point, the lessors and all these leasehold authorities, their internal bylaws and the laws governing them, corresponding changes need to be brought in there so that they also recognize resolution under IBC and the discharge of their dues under IBC. That will go a long way in resolving especially projects which are on leasehold properties.
Great, thanks. Siddharth?
I think overall a very exciting space. A lot of things are happening left and right. We are seeing a change as well. I think everybody will admit here that there's a change that has come, and we are evolving with the jurisprudence coming, with the latest judgments that are coming. All the rights are being recognized as well. I think one suggestion or one thing I would like to see the change is that more than a number of judges, if you're appointed to the tribunal, maybe retired High Court judges, and obviously in the NCLAT we have a Supreme Court judge. So more judges, more competent judges, I would say, if are appointed to the tribunal, and more judges, I believe we'll see more things getting better. I think that's what I believe.
Great, thanks. So there's one suggestion from my side that would go in, and that would really be, as Dhaval mentioned, that authorities like SRA and MADA are not really within the ambit of NCLT. So the NCLT process should ideally have an overarching reach on the local authorities as well, that can help the entire process and create a suitable ecosystem so that the entire thing can get pushed through. So I guess we can, that is very useful and very informative and insightful. Thank you all. With this, I would like to open the floor for audience questions. Sapna, do we have any,
Yes,
questions? That
we do have, and in fact, a very interesting discussion. A lot of points came out. One question that has come is that who are the eligible home buyers in the case of IBC?
Yes, Dhaval, would you like to take that up?
Yes, sure. So, anybody who's a home buyer under RERA, you have an allotment letter, you have a RERA agreement, you are an eligible buyer under home buyer under IBC. I mean, they've just said anybody under RERA. So, it's all of you.
So you need to have some kind of a builder buy agreement should be there, some form of agreement has
Yes,
to
so
be
you can't be an investor. So, you have those investor agreements saying, I'm buying 10,000 square foot in this without reference to which floor, what you might not get. But otherwise, it's everybody who has a builder buy agreement, allotment letters.
Okay.
All.
Just to add to what Dhaval was saying, it's actually defined in the RERA Act. So the definition of allotee is there. And it's a very wide definition. So he's right. All will be covered that way.
So if someone has any doubts on that, they can refer to the RERA, site. What
the definition can be read from there is what the Act says. IBC says definition has to be read from there.
Okay, fantastic. So that's one piece of information for our audience. Now, like Sonam was also mentioning about, having some kind of a separate tribunal to fasten the process. And we have seen IBC has not that much of a success rate. So one question is, can there be some kind of a pre-insolvency measures that can be introduced to, make more effective resolution at an early stage? Ashish, who should take the question?
So I guess Saurabh, since we're speaking of pre-insolvency stage, I think Saurabh should be.
So in fact, there is already a proposal by the MCA to have pre-packs for all IBC cases, which will effectively give an opportunity to have a resolution instead of a detailed insolvency resolution process. Equally applies for real estate cases as well. The idea is to have a quick resolution blessed through the NCLT process. Hopefully that will, sort of mitigate those challenges of, tardy processes and litigations.
Okay.
Sapna, pre-pack is going to delay things more, if you ask me. There's already that 330s are not even followed. We have a 14-day notice, and so I think pre-pack to me is no option. It's like proceedings anyways take a lot of time. So anybody has a second opinion can always take the chance.
Okay. So fantastic. So I think our audience have got, their questions answered. Although we have so many other questions, but we've not been able to take them, but we'll definitely take them offline and probably do a complete big story on this, how IBC can be made more effective. We already heard few, like Ashish mentioned, what can be done to make it more effective. So thank you so much to all our speakers for sharing your views and perspectives today and giving so much information to our audience. Thanks, Ashish, for that wonderful moderation. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you for having us over.
Arijit, Mr. Dhaval Vasunji, and Sonam for being here with us today and being part of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
So that was one interesting discussion, and some of our audience questions did get answered, but there are a lot which are there with us. We will definitely make sure that all those questions also do get answered. But now it's time to go on to our next panel discussion, which is again a very hot topic, that is of goods and services tax, assessing impact of GST laws on real estate. So let me introduce our eminent panel members for this discussion. Our distinguished moderator for this session is Venkateswaran TR, partner Pricewaterhouse and Company LLP. He specializes in indirect tax and has over 19 years of post-qualification experience. He has advised clients on tax issues, under-service tax, VAT, customs, SVB proceedings, STPI and SEC laws, along with various due diligence reviews across sectors. He has also advised various multinational companies in matters relating to GST. So, welcoming our moderator of the session, I now welcome the speakers of this panel discussion. In an alphabetical order, let me welcome Mr. Achal Chawla, partner in direct taxes, Ernst & Young LLP. He's focused primarily on verticals of real estate, infrastructure, oil and gas manufacturing, and defense. He has an experience of more than 18 years in indirect tax advisory and consulting, and has assisted various clients in their GST implementation journey across various sectors. Our next eminent panel member, I introduce Ajinkya Gunjan Mishra, partner SNR Associates, who focuses on indirect tax and trade laws. He advises global and Indian clients on indirect tax in relation to domestic and cross-border acquisitions and an array of complex operational matters, including tax planning strategy, supply chain structuring for products and services, tax assessment, audit, tax restructuring, and compliances. Our next panel member is Mr. Gaurav Das Gupta, partner real estate and corporate and commercial for Khaitan and Company. He has more than 16 years of experience and a wide range of experience in real estate. Gaurav has also advised on drafting of construction contracts, project finance, EPC contracts, SEC, joint development agreements, infrastructure, and government contracts on various aspects of RERA and real estate investment trusts. Our next expert panel member, let me introduce Mr. Kaushal Agarwal, partner tax and regulatory services, BSNR and Company. He has more than 20 years of experience in indirect taxes, that is GST, trade and customs, FTA, EXIM, and VAT, and has represented clients before policymakers to obtain clarification on the various aspects of indirect taxation. Next panel member, let me introduce Ms. Praveen Mahtani, Chief Legal Officer, Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited. Her legal work includes regulatory issues dealing in due diligence, contract management, mergers and acquisitions, intellectual property rights, and financial transactions. She is also an independent director of the World Youth Summit, which is a member participant of the United Nations Global Compact and is a member of the International Bar Association. Our next and final member of this session is Mr. Rocky Israni, Managing Director, Pacifica Companies India. He spearheads Indian operations at Pacifica Companies and has been responsible for expanding the group's portfolio across residential, hotels, senior housing, IT parks, townships, commercial and plotted development across Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Bengaluru and NCR. I now hand it over to our moderator of the session, and this is our expert panel. Mr. Venkateswaran, I hand it over to you now.
Okay, thanks, Sapna, and a warm welcome to everyone. And first of all, good afternoon, and thanks to Exchange for Media for giving us this opportunity. GST and real estate are very interesting topics, and today I have the wonderful pleasure of moderating a session containing all these eminent speakers. While I have interacted with some of you, it's always a pleasure to come to a common forum and discuss on some of the key things. So before we proceed, I just wanted to set the context on what the sector is all about and what we will cover in these sessions. While I will spend 2-3 minutes giving about the context in which we will be covering, and then I will be asking certain pointed questions to our speakers here, and then we will wind up with their takeaways as to their ask from the government in terms of GST and real estate sector in specific. So with this, I just wanted to start this sessions today by putting a few things. One of it is, of course, the real estate sector as such is one of the, I am being told, and I did a little bit of research on this and told that if it covers retail, housing, commercial, and hospitality put together, it becomes almost the second largest employment generator for our country, next to only to agriculture. And if you see this, if you compare this whole spectrum, this industry was considerably affected due to COVID pandemic. But at the same time, we have seen the changes that are happening over the last few years, and this is making a comeback, and it continues to be a key contributor to the GDP of the country. Having said that, owning a house is a dream and an aspiration for all of us. And it can be owning, or for the Gen Z, as we say, even living in a decent place or exciting place is something which is aspirational for many of us. And that way it plays a very important role emotionally and socially for the majority of the public here. One is the housing part, but when we take on the retail and the commercial part of it, going to a proper office and having an office in a fancy location, or even spending time in office, becomes a very critical part. And now after COVID, we have seen how office spaces are redefining themselves. Commercial places are becoming a rarity today in terms of availability and the price points at which they are making it available. The government is also focusing more on, say, creating economic hubs, as we could see from, they are moving away from special economic zones and trying to focus on economic hubs. So that way, this sector as such is booming in some sense. And I have people from the business here who will talk more about it, but it is more vibrant, maybe the right word to use it. And coming to the hospitality side, India is a tourist destination, right? Has different types of tourism, be it wellness tourism, wildlife tourism, cultural tourism, or even leisure tourism. Right? And that way, the focus on tourism sector, as a result, it brings the focus on the hospitality and the infrastructure that is needed to make the tourism a viable opportunity. Once the sector is viable, taxes cannot be far behind. And GST, the focus area of our discussion today, we moved on from having multiplicity of taxes in terms of VAT, excise, buildings and construction cess that was applicable on this particular sector. At one point in time, both VAT and service tax used to apply on the value, and which used to create certain inefficiencies. GST was sort of brought in to make this simple and remove the inefficiencies that was there in this particular sector. Whether it actually removed it or not, we have our panel members who will comment upon that. But my own tidbit says that today, one way to look at it, it's very simple, that you just, from a housing sector perspective, you just levy 5% GST and you're being done with it. But of course, it comes with its own catches. There are no credits allowed. So there is an inbuilt tax that is involved in it. Add to that the stamp duty element to it. Just imagine the quantum of taxes one is paying. And if you add that this entire money is being paid after your post-tax income, which is your savings, on which you already paid your income tax. And over and above that, you pay a stamp duty. So owning a house is it's not only a dream, it's a costly dream. And GST was aimed at making it more tax efficient, but we are not sure whether we have reached there yet. But our panel here will throw some light on it. But I just wanted to be setting this as a context. And with this context, I just wanted to start my questions, and I would probably direct it to Parveen and Rocky to start off the proceedings. See, for the opening of the session, right? I know that COVID impacted this real estate and hospitality sector in a big way. What do you think has been the current situation, and how the industry is coping post-COVID, and whether the indirect tax framework that we have in the country, is it helping it to give it a boost? Maybe Parveen, you can go first. You're on audible. You're on mute. Sapna, is Parveen audible? I can't hear at least. Yeah, very feeble voice.
Now, should I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Okay, great. So, post-COVID, as we all know, demand for residential has only increased because obviously many are working from home, especially certain sectors like the IT sector. It's still in a hybrid format. What has really worked is the requirement for purchasing a home close to the workspace. People are now willing to live a little further off if they're having a larger space, a lot more green space, so that they have some kind of a balanced lifestyle. So we're seeing that definite shift in trend on size of apartments as well as location preference. So residential definitely has gone up in the Indian context because social security, whether pre-COVID or even now, is an issue. Therefore, people in India will want a home because they find it as a reason to have security. Commercial, like I mentioned, we have hybrid, and therefore commercial office space in the long term is here to stay, is at least my view. Warehouses is also the other area that has increased because of business. There's a fungible usage between the residential assets for warehousing. Data centers is growing, especially because in the Indian context, it is digital India. So that's where we really are in all the different sectors. Of course, GST, which is a convergence of the taxes, has significantly reduced the building costs for developers, but there are obvious disadvantages which my co-panelists will also talk about on passing on the input tax credit to customers and the number of calculations that really involves, and at what point in time can you really pass that on. So it's harder to really get those credits.
Sure. Rocky, your views post-COVID about the sector and also whether GST is helping it or otherwise.
Thank you, Venkateshwar, for having me on the panel. And just to start off on the COVID, I think things are getting better. After COVID, things are stabilizing. We're reaching all demands at the pre-COVID level on all asset classes, except office or commercial, because of still hybrid model of working from home. The demand is still not showing buoyancy. I think most of the office space vacancies also have increased. So it will still take some time for demand to stabilize on the office side of it. But residential, clearly, we've crossed the numbers as far as all the top 10 cities. We've crossed the numbers from pre-COVID as far as number of units sold. And market is also showing more consolidation as more, top tier developers are doing better. Market is getting more concentrated to the branded developers or listed developers, I should say. And smaller developers, because of a lot of compliances on all counts, RERA, GST, all of these compliances are difficult to meet the criterias. Hence, the smaller developers are giving in or doing joint developments or joint ventures with the larger developers. But just as a market after COVID has gotten back to its own pre-COVID levels now.
Okay, thanks, Rocky. So time to get little technical here, and I would want to bring Achal and Ajinkya into the fray and pose a sort of address the elephant in the room, right? When GST came in and substituted VAT and service tax, we all know that VAT was applicable on some value, GST was applicable on one value. There was some sense of a dual levy. GST intended to address that particular thing. Having now, we are in the 6th year of GST, and there have been several changes. The question I want to pose is, which in your mind is beneficial to a home buyer? Is it we were better off under VAT and service tax, or are we better off under GST? Achal, you want to start?
Sure,
probably followed by
Thanks, Ravi. Thanks. Thank you all. I think you posed a very interesting question, and it's really, I would say devil lies in details, so probably one has to work on the numbers for each project. But on an overall conceptual level, I think one can answer this in two ways. One, numerically, or the cost-wise, which one is better from a home buyer's perspective. And second, from a clarity point of view, that I've got a clarity now as a home buyer that, okay, now there is only GST of 5%, and rest all, maybe, stamp duty is one thing, but other than that, whatever input side taxes, whatever taxes in the supply chain, I'm clear now that I don't need to really worried about VAT or entry tax, LADT, all those things. For me as a home buyer, just 100 rupees as a consideration plus 5% tax matter ends. Without OC, with OC even that is not there. So post OC. So on the clarity point of view, I would clearly give a thumbs up to GST. On the numeric point of view, from a cost perspective, if you really see, service tax was ranging around 4.5% broadly, and VAT had, different slabs, different rates were there across the states, depending on various options available in the states. Some project owners would have taken a composition, some would have taken abatement, All those things were there, and hence an overall rate would be again ranging from 1%, maybe in some cases 2, 3, goes maximum to 4 or 5%. So if I club both VAT and service tax, and maybe consider the credit side as well, because even in service tax, the credit was restricted, like in GST today. I would say the overall tax cost would be coming somewhere around 6.5, 6%. And GST from that perspective is 5%. So I could clearly see a saving more on the numeric side of 1.5%. And why I'm saying so, because I've seen in many even anti-profiteering studies as well. A lot of studies were done when GST came in. Some project owners have actually passed on those benefits as well. And that benefit was again in the range of that 1.5%. Max, it has gone to 2%.
Yeah.
So probably I would say, again, on numeric side, GST is better off.
So from just to summarize, maybe I would say complexity wise, a thumbs up, and numeric wise also a thumbs up, because we don't need to deal with the multiplicity of things.
Correct.
Yeah. Ajinkya, I would like to bring you in. Any thoughts on this, your views?
Yeah, thanks, Venkat, for having me here. So while on purely, the intent of the taxation and the changes from the previous regime to GST regime, I mean, I quite allude to what Achal said, but I have slightly different take when it comes to why GST was brought into place and what were those intentions, the hollowed intentions of the parliament and the state legislature to having GST. One of the primary idea was to remove the inefficiencies from the supply chain, which is, to put simply, allow tax credits available across the chain. By way of certain changes in the law, which has happened subsequently, and also some of the changes which came with the legislation itself, I see that somewhere, so far as real estate and construction activity is concerned, the government has deliberately intended to block the input tax. That to a large extent takes away from the whole idea of GST and removing inefficiency. So that is where I see there are issues from the real estate. I say this because, look, when we talk from the perspective of home buyers, in India and I think everywhere around the world, one of the largest individual purchase that somebody makes across his life cycle is purchasing a home, which you quite alluded to your introduction.
Probably apart from marriage in the Indian context.
Absolutely. I mean, at times you get a house also alongside. So, and be that as it may. So that's one of the largest purchase one makes. And if that is kind of, parried up with number of taxes, state taxes, stamp duty, and other taxes, and then to, just pay a 5% GST, which while in pure numbers appears to be a reduced rate, but given the fact that a lot of input that or other materials that go into raw materials that go into construction activity has a higher rate of tax, and that gets embedded into the cost. I think the home buyers or introduction of GST regime has not helped the home buyers. So that is one. Secondly, internationally, what we have seen is that the governments, they have allowed, after a period of time, they have allowed availability of credit, especially where a particular real estate property or constructed building is used for commercial purpose. Now that is where I see some balancing act that the government needs to do, at least so far as subsequent commercial activities are concerned. Say for instance, I'm an advocate.
I will just hold your thought there, because we will come back to the commercial. I'll probably hold your thought, but I know that Kaushal is also itching to contribute to something about it. But in summary, I were to say the packaging of GST is good, but the ingredients that go into it needs a lot of thoughts, because the inefficiencies have already been built in and not so much addressed so far as we say by the law. So Kaushal, I just want to bring you in here and on the very question of ITC, right? For be it commercial, commercial real estate is in a different sense, but let's talk about a business organization wants to set up some factory or whatever they want to do, or if even from a developer perspective, the ITC is something which is not allowed on construction. Is it a boon or a bane?
Very good question. So it's not going to give the benefit to the user.
first of all, because the credit is restricted really from this perspective. And if we see the origin of this restrictions come from the excise law, where the entire issue started from the discussion whether once something is getting constructed in terms of the plant and machinery, whether it's immovable or movable. And that's where the argument started that what we are constructing is immovable and that's where it should not be excisable. That is the origin from where it became inexcisible and the government forced to give this exemption or the benefit, and that's where the department started taking the view once something is not movable, one cannot claim the credit on that. But having said that, if we really see from the sector perspective today, and we see essentially what is the real objective of the GST law, then the credit should be allowed. The matter has already landed up before the highest court in India, and the hearings are on the way. Probably the last hearing, we were expecting the decision, but again, the one adjournment has been sought and the new dates have been there. So probably in some point of time, we will see some clarity on these issues. But nevertheless, whether the Supreme Court gives the benefit or not, if the government intends otherwise, we may see the government making further amendments and restricting this credit. But the government objective seems to be pretty much clear, not allowing the benefit, and we are seeing a lot of litigation as of now.
So we are seems to be in a crossroads where the industry wants, as a consumer, right? We all want the most efficient tax system to be prevalent, but the government on the other side thinks to be otherwise. So there need to be some point where we need to see a meeting of minds so that it can happen. But I just wanted to get the business perspective here from Rocky, you, that these ITC restrictions, you as a person who is running a business and let's say you have a business where you want to construct something and give it out on leasing, and especially when you see that this ITC is restricted, what challenges you face in the sense from running this business point of view, or how has it affected this industry?
So, on the commercial buildings that the developer or somebody builds it for the sole purpose of leasing it, the section 17/5 has a two components to it. One is construction, one it says plant and machinery, which is furniture, fixture, and equipment. So the construction credit is blocked under the new amendment from 2019, and that also is challenged, as Kushal said, under the Safari Retreat case. It has reached the Supreme Court from the Orissa High Court, which the assessee has won in this case. And Supreme Court has not even given a stay to the department. So we have a strong feeling that even the construction services ITC will be allowed once the outcome of that Safari Retreat case comes out in Supreme Court. And then, of course, the government can come in and amend the act itself. That's a different story. But will it be retrospective? No, the act can only be amended for going forward, not retrospective. So while the section 17/5 says that you're not eligible for construction credit, and most of the people are not taking construction credit, but I strongly suggest that developers actually should take the construction credit and take that risk, because when the Supreme Court order comes in, then you won't be able to go back and take the credit. Okay, so it's a catch-22. That is one part of it. Plant and machinery, which comprises maybe 50% of your total cost in a commercial project, you're still eligible for the entire credit, and that has not been challenged. Even if the amendment which came under 17/5 subsection C in 2019, they clearly have excluded plant and machinery. So it is good. The act itself is so new. It's only 5-6 years old. It's evolving. They're issuing circulars. The litigation, I think this is the first case on GST credit matter as far as the real estate is concerned, which has reached the Supreme Court. No other dispute has reached the Supreme Court. They haven't even formed their tribunal. So you have to go to High Court for anything, and High Court is only looking at as a law perspective and not the actual merits of the act. So the act itself needs to evolve. It will take some time. But as far as your question is, if the credit is disallowed, it is only partially disallowed. That itself is disputed in the highest court today. And I think once even the Supreme Court judgment comes in favor of the assessee, act might change. So it is safe to say that the construction credit will be disallowed going forward, but the other half of it, which is plant and machinery, will always, the developer will be able to avail that credit. So it's not as bad as we all think. Optically, it looks that credit has been disallowed.
Okay. So, Rocky, I think my friends who are from the consulting fraternity will agree with you more because and they would want clients like you more who are as aggressive so that we can continue to litigate this matter. But having said that, Parveen, I just wanted to bring you in here because we as a country, as a policy level, we have been saying that we want to promote investments into the country, be it infrastructure, be it commercial, or be it even tourism sector for that matter, which all requires a lot of investment. But this specific restriction on ITC, how do you think is playing on with this make in India and invest in India kind of a concept? Yes.
So the issue with ITC is its lack of openness. Okay. And the disadvantage is that before passing that ITC to customers, we as developers have to do all those calculations. And there are conditions in which you can claim the ITC. So given that it's made into such a complex process, what is the net result? The net result from a customer's point of view is, do we wait and watch and then make the purchase as a result of this lack of openness? And that's where it really harms industry. So while I'm saying ITC, fine, it is there, the government has decided to implement it. What can really be done so that it is streamlined, easy to understand, easy to compute, easy to calculate? That I think is really relevant. There are the sense of structural imbalances which have been created, which really need correction so that you get the input credit. I don't think anybody is averse to compliance. That can be done, but it should not be done in a manner where you make it so hard that you're really trying to defeat the purpose of claiming it.
Understood. So I think what I hear from both Rocky and Parveen is that there is this input credit is something which is good, but make the system more transparent and more clarified, more clear, so that the industry can get the benefit of it. Otherwise, what is today happening is, if there is people who are on the conservative side of the spectrum or on the aggressive side of the spectrum end up, let's assume they don't take the credit. It increases the cost of projects in the country, which essentially means investing in India and making in India is that much more costlier rather than if it being as seamless as where credit is allowed. So which certainly adds, say, 15-20% to the project cost for any manufacturing or even any other venture to be. At this point in time, I just wanted to bring in Gaurav. I know you have been I have not had the opportunity to interact with you earlier, but Rocky mentioned about the Supreme Court ruling, which is eagerly awaited by the industry in terms of safari retreats. What is your view from a legal standpoint of what does Orissa High Court has done in the safari retreats case, and what can be as an expectation from the Supreme Court on this matter? Gaurav?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please proceed.
So, I mean, all of the panelists probably are more aware of GST perspective per se, because I mostly deal with real estate deals, but obviously GST is a very important factor in these. So my view with respect to the Orissa High Court judgment, so I think the Orissa High Court in this case of separated trades has essentially allowed input tax credit in respect of the inputs and input services used for the construction of immovable property, which is subsequently let out. So the judgment is a welcome judgment, and it is in sync with the overall objective of GST law, that is seamless flow of credits. Having said that, the said judgment, in my view, is going overboard with the provisions of law, and because it is a settled principle of law that the tax laws are to be interpreted strictly, and therefore, if the law does not permit input tax credit in respect of the inputs and input services used for the construction of immovable property, whether let out or owned, then the same needs to be given due respect. The problem with such judgment is that there's a high likelihood that if it goes for appeal, I mean, when it goes for appeal, then there's a chance that Supreme Court might overrule it because it is not backed by relevant statutory provisions. So they're kind of going out of the way and predicting a statutory regime and change which might come at a later date. Maybe not conducive as of now.
Yeah. So if I were to summarize it, the ruling is futuristic, and that is what is signifying the intent of what probably is there in the industry's mind. But unfortunately, the letter of the law does not support it, and unless otherwise the government and the industry have the meeting of the minds to amend the law in a very particular manner, this is something not very great can be expected from the Supreme Court. Achal, I just wanted to bring in you here. Like today, when we are talking of 17.5, right? The wordings used are anything that is used for construction is something that is disallowed. I mean, this is a very widely worded section. And what do you think can be the implications that can arise out of this, in the sense because of the wide nature in which it is defined?
So, TRV, before I answer your question, just on the Safari retreat, it was listed last week in Supreme Court itself. Unfortunately, the hearing didn't happen. So probably it will get listed further, just to give an update on that. And on your specific question, TRV, I mean, you're saying it's wide. I would say probably one can read it very narrow as well. Okay, because only thing what is restricting is that credit which is directly or indirectly linked the construction of immovable property. So as a developer, what things I should consider? First of all, I think Kaushal or Rocky, somebody alluded on that as well, that plant or machinery anyway is eligible, is out of that embargo in the law, which means as a developer, I need to first of all see what all plant or machinery is there in my construction cost. That definitely I can take credit. So that clarity has to be there. Now, what constitutes plant and machinery, that itself is a subject matter because there is a definition in the law itself, and one need to see on a case-to-case basis. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is, okay, what am I capitalizing in my books? Because that is also one of the things, that construction is only what is being capitalized. I know the overall construction, if building is there, it will be capitalized largely. But if it's a repair thing or maybe a modification, we probably, somebody may evaluate what to capitalize and what not to capitalize. Accordingly, my credit position changes on that aspect as well. So these two aspects. And the third one, which is the most important one, how I am structuring my contract for the construction. I'm typically giving it to the subcontractor on a lump sum basis, or probably can I have it separate so that at least I can identify the plant machinery, the foundation related to that, the structural support, all that, wherein I can take the credit. So if I do all that, probably I will be able to get a large amount of credit in that part. And the fourth and again important thing which is coming to my mind on this particular aspect is that what is a service which is, or a good, largely on the service part, is directly or indirectly in relation to the construction of immovable property. That aspect also needs to be evaluated for each service, probably I would say, because I've seen in some cases people have just taken, okay, for a particular project, everything is restricted. That probably may not be the correct view, because one can evaluate really that probably whether the advertisement service I have availed for that particular project is eligible, or maybe the audit related services of that is eligible, or maybe the professional services or consultant services. So these kind of services would still be eligible and will not get covered under the embargo of 17.5. So from a developer perspective, 4 or 5 things, as I said, maybe on the plant machinery, the nexus of the services, the separate contracts or the classification in the contract itself, and what am I capitalizing. These aspect needs to be seen for each and every project, I would say.
Yeah. So
from
one way to say, the devil is in the detail, and it's not so simple to say no, not available. That's very easy to say, but one way to apply some mind and go into the BOQ level kind of detailing, you can always interpret it and try and see how we can maximize the buck that we can get out of the input credits. Ajinkya, I just want to bring you in on a very important topic. Now, when we talk of real estate and construction, land cannot be far away, right? And we have a deeming provision in the law which says that wherever, irrespective of whether you have buying a home in Mumbai or in Delhi or in Nagaland or in Manipur, doesn't matter. The 1/3 deduction is what it is allowed. There was an interesting ruling of the Gujarat High Court in case of Munjal Manish Bhai, where it said that it disregarded that 1/3 restriction and said wherever the value of construction is clearly available, one should go by that. Your thoughts on this kind of ruling and also the implications, because this is something which is path-breaking, but at the same time, they stayed away from quashing that provision as well. But what do you think we can as a takeaway from the industry?
This is a very interesting question, Venkat. But before I kind of answer this question, let me just quickly weigh in on the Safari judgment and its after effects. So look, it's one thing for the High Court of Odisha to rule that credit should be available, irrespective of the fact that there is a strict bar in the legislation wherein construction activities have been completely devoid of eligibility from the credit perspective. However, I think with the 2018 Supreme Court decision in Deepak Kumar versus Union of India, where they have kind of let down the parameters under which an exemption notification or generally put, a tax legislation has to be interpreted, and what would be the scope of that legislation, which I think one of the earlier speakers did allude to. In that backdrop, I mean, it's unlikely that the Supreme Court is going to look at the Odisha High Court judgment favorably. So at the end of the day, it all boils down to what the Parliament and the state legislature, and in this case, the GST Council decides. I think they should allow the credit because if we have taken inspiration in the GST legislation from other countries, especially Canada, European Union, Brazil, I think we might as well adopt the credit perspective from those jurisdictions. So that is, my take on Safari judgment. Coming to the Munjal judgment of Gujarat High Court, look, it's a welcome judgment, especially because I don't think Parliament or state legislature have any business in deciding what should be the percentage of land or the value of land on which tax should not be paid. To allow deeming fiction, especially in case where there's a clear-cut availability of the information with respect to price of the land, is something going overboard. And I say this because land per se is outside the GST net constitutionally, because that is a subject area of state government. And of course, there are certain aspects of land where both union and state can legislate, stamp duty being one of them. Largely it's a state subject, and therefore states are free to legislate on that. It's outside the GST net under Schedule 2 as well as strict provisions of the GST Act. Therefore, for now, and by way of a delegated, look, Venkat, interestingly, what the government has done is by way of a delegated legislation, it has come out with a deeming fiction, which says 1/3 would be the value of land. They've issued a notification, I think 11/2017, wherein they have this, and this is what was challenged in the Gujarat High Court. So the Gujarat High Court is very right in saying that, look, you cannot do this. And given the fact that most of the metros, the price of land far exceeds 1/3 value. I mean, if I talk about Delhi, our city, or Mumbai, I mean, the price of the land would be comprising of 75 to 80%. I mean, some of the people from the industry can weigh in on this, but that's what the case is. And therefore, to only allow part of that to be excluded from the value for the purpose of levy of GST is something which is completely, not understandable, at least from GST perspective, and why it was brought into play. So the High Court is very right there. I think government needs to have a relook on this 1/3 disallowance. This abatement is completely not acceptable. And I would suggest that industry as a whole, they should do that demarcation of the value of land and the value of construction activities that goes into construction of a building. So have separate agreement for both. In any case, stamp duty is for the value of land. So that makes it further clear that if a land was purchased, there is a value which is already there. So that makes it easier. So I see, Supreme Court kind of, allowing the Gujarat judgment to hold sway, and therefore the government needs to have a relook.
So I would just want to take a quick impact of this from Rocky to say, what is your thought on this 1/3 deduction? Is it something government needs to relook at, or something that is fair?
Interesting on this. I think this judgment came in. It's a little older judgment, but since 2021, or when this 1% and 5% scheme came in on GST, this kind of becomes a mute topic because you're not taking the land value into consideration as for an abatement scheme. This was in the previous GST rules when you had to take an abatement scheme as to what is the value of the land, which, I understand that the land value could be different in different states or different cities, but they had to set up a standard, a deduction, because otherwise this would just lead to so many litigations that they would go crazy. So they had this concept even during service tax regime that there would be an abatement of 1/3 for the land. So they just carried it forward during the GST regime. But now that we have a 1 and 5% scheme on residential, this becomes a mute topic because you're paying on the entire 100 rupee value and there is no abatement scheme. Now coming to commercial real estate, that's where your abatement scheme will come in. On instead of 18, you're taking a 12%.
Yeah.
To me, there your input tax credit anyways is much lower because the commercial real estate, your construction cost is a much smaller component than a residential. So there also the exchequer wanted a little higher revenue, so they have capped off at the 1/3 value of the land, which I think will have a more clarity as far as the buyer of the commercial property is concerned, because he'll understand that he has to pay 12% flat. How that 12% is derived, most of the times he doesn't know that this is an abatement scheme of 1/3 credit from the land. He thinks it's a 12% real estate GST, and that's what he is willing to pay. So I think there is more clarity now with 1, 5 and 12% on commercial, with an abatement scheme of 1/3 on the land, and 1 and 5% where no ITC is available.
Yeah. So if I were to weigh it on one side, there is fairness, and on the other side, there is certainty and ease of convenience. I know, Ajinkya, you will disagree to some extent on it.
Allow me a quick
Yeah, I will probably come back to this. We'll park this aside for a moment because we are running short of time and we have a couple of more interesting areas to cover. I know that we may not find the right answer here, but the measure is really against what is fair and what is probably a certainty and ease of convenience, right? Somewhere we have to find the middle path. Gaurav, I just want to bring you in, and this is another touchy topic, the concept of development rights. So we know that there's again a deeming fiction where the government has presumed that development rights is something that is applicable. But if you had to go back in history, there was a Bombay High Court ruling, especially in the case of Sadodaya Builders and Chedda Housing, where they said any interest that is arising out of a land is also immovable in nature. Whereas taxability of a development right, which is also some form of a right originating from the land, is also something which is immovable property in some sense, if one were to strictly apply the transfer of property rules. How do you think this taxability is something can test its scrutiny from a constitutional validity perspective, especially when this matter is before several high courts in the country? Gaurav, you're on mute. Kindly unmute, please. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Actually, suddenly some.
Yeah, you're audible. Please.
Yeah. So I agree with the views expressed by the Bombay High Court in the cases, the Sadodaya Builders, Chedda Housing cases. So it's the substance of the transaction which has to be reckoned and not the form. So TDR is merely a nature of license to enter and construct, and it does not entail any supply. Now, in such a scenario, eventually it is only the undivided interest in the underlying land which gets transferred from the landowner to the buyer, eventual buyer. So, in such a scenario, if it does not entail supply, then it would be wrong to. The observation that TDR is just a benefit arising of the land and should be excluded from GST is the correct view in my opinion.
Okay. Kaushal would want to bring in and take your comments on this topic as well, because this is something which we often encounter as consultants in terms of how these are structured. Your views on that?
I think the industry is also divided, and that is a very key point, because if you see service tax law, the definition was different, where the wording used the interest in immovable property, and that's where the decision was passed in favor of the taxpayers. But if you see the GST law, they are not using the similar language or similar words, I would say, from this perspective. And here they are only using the terms immovable property. Now, the question, substance, or form, how this has to be interpreted, if we see GST committee recommendation or the fitment committee recommendation, everything from this perspective, the objective of the legislation were very clear, even in terms of the various clarifications they have come out later on, including the FAQ that they come out with at the time of 1.5%. They want to make it taxable. And the scope which was there available with the taxpayers to construe the interest arising from movable property as a sale of movable property and taking out, carving out the value from the supply, it seems to be very little gray area. although there are this matter or petitions also required, we have to see the little light of the day whether it's really going to. I will see this. It's going to have the same treatment of Safari. Even the matter is won by the taxpayer, again the government will come down its own way.
But what's very interesting in that, there's a very nuanced difference in how the service tax law treated this and how the GST is treating it. Because service tax law always had a negative list where it said in sale of immovable property as defined under Transfer of Properties Act. And that Transfer of Properties Act was very wide enough to sort of include any right that is originating from an immovable property. Whereas in GST law, in the negative list, it only says sale of land and building. And they are very restricting to sale of land and building. And that can pose a little challenge. And Achal, I just wanted to bring in and take your views on probably what can be the implication on similarly like a one-time premium that is paid on leasehold rights, right? Do you think that is also something today it is taxed as majority by the industry as renting, but do you think that is also something that can be questioned?
If I see it, there is a service element, that's for sure, right? Now, whether I pay it one time or maybe on a periodic basis, that should not really determine the nature and taxability of that particular service. Yes, there have been arguments saying that, okay, it's probably a long-term lease and maybe one time we are paying, all those arguments are there. But if you really ask me, I would say as long as there is a service, we are agreeing on the service part, it is taxable.
Yeah. Ajinkya, I just wanted your simple view as a follow-up to that particular question. Today, when somebody takes on land, and this happens predominantly at industrial parks and wherever you're buying or taking leasehold rights from the government, right? Obviously, land is taken as a leasehold right, and that is treated as a service. And today, somebody constructs a building out of it. So, what about the credit eligibility of this particular tax that they pay on leasehold rights? Do you think that should be eligible, or that is something again an area of contention?
Right. So, I question the very assumption that it qualifies as service and tax should be paid. I say this because look, GST, while it's applicable on goods and services, there are defined parameters, which all goods, which all services. There's a Schedule 3 under the GST law which clearly excludes sale of land, sale of building. And you're right when you said that it doesn't define what land means, what building means. But no, that's for the legislature to decide. If I look at it and I look at the constitutional scheme of things, which are the powers which are given to state to legislate upon and tax the center, and which are combined items and concurrent list, I say there is no reason why the parliament, at least given the framework of the current legislation, that is GST, tax should be levied on any land or rights emanating from that land. Parliament right now has no jurisdiction to tax those, and therefore I see Supreme Court at least weighing in on this in favor of the SSEs. That said, look, going back to the whole issue of self-supply, or if I'm using a particular constructed building for commercial purpose, it should be allowed because it unnecessarily breaks the whole supply chain and it only pads up the tax. There's a cascading of tax which happens. It unnecessarily burdens me from doing my business in a more efficient manner. So if there is a tax at the earlier stage, and there has to be a tax on the output supply, I don't mind paying tax on subsequent sale of constructed building which I have used. Say for instance, a lot of jurisdictions, they levy GST on second sale of home or sale of used houses. The only reason they do it is because they tax on the first stage, they allow you to take the credit. And that is an efficient way of doing or taxing a particular transaction. But at least in our constitutional scheme of things, land building is something which is a no-go area. Therefore, and I did not see the 101 constitutional amendment that took place in 2017 to kind of bring completely land and building within the purview of GST legislation. That being the case, I would hold my thoughts on this.
Yeah, sure. So, Rocky and Parveen, I know JDAs and presumptive taxation of development rights is a touchy topic for any developer. They sort of tried to sidestep that issue in terms of housing by saying it is exempted on the hands of the developer as long as it is sold, etc. But when it comes to commercial, it still remains to be a very touchy point. How do you navigate these commercial discussions in terms of what impact it really does, especially the taxation of the development rights?
I think largely it applies to how the deal gets structured. That's where the impact really comes. And in a deal, it can structure it even in so many different ways due to the relationship between the landowner and the developer. When it's really a transfer of the development rights or its construction services, or you want to develop certain area and give that to the landowner as a consideration. So that's where really it was, then of course the GST impact related to it. But I think for consultants, it's great because that's where we really have to maximize, because the viability of the project, and I know of certain projects where because of these issues, we've lost some project value. And there's no business case which really gets made out because of GST issues. The impact can be so high. And beyond the point, it's really difficult to structure the deal. And that's where the deal, really drops. So great location, everything seems great, but then it is just not valued from a tax perspective. It's like
Structuring becomes a challenge. Rocky, your thoughts, please.
So I'll split that into two. One is residential, one is commercial. So residential is absolutely tax neutral because now they put it under RCM. At the time of a completion of the project on the unsold inventory, you are obligated to pay the TDR on the GST on the portion of the units of the UDS of the undivided share of the land of the unsold units only. In fact, that brings more clarity, and this will put some rest to a lot of litigations that are going on because of this clarity. The litigations were that is this a TDR, is this not a TDR? Now that there is law is settled that this is TDR, this is a service, and it's only supposed to be on the unsold inventory. That makes it very clear, because in the olden days, if you would have taken a credit of ITC and this was before the 1% and 5% scheme, you would have to reverse it at the OC, at the occupation certificate. You would have to reverse the unsold inventories, taken credit. So it is absolutely tax neutral on as far as residential is concerned. Nobody should have any complaint about it. In fact, there is more clarity on it. Now coming to the commercial side of it, you have to now consider this as TDR. You have to pay GST. And you are eligible for the input tax credit for the same GST that you're paying on it. And nobody should complain about it. Why? Because you're paying 12% GST as an output service, which your input is much lower in the when you're doing commercial, because your construction cost, you typically on a commercial, your land cost is much higher than 30% because you're doing at a prime location. So your land cost will exceed 50 to 60% of the total top line. So even if you paid on a JDA, the TDR, GST on the TDR, you would be eligible for the 100% of the credit, and you will not end up with an inverted input tax credit structure. I've done the math on so many projects, and the input GST that you will pay for as an input, you will be 100% eligible for credit as when you're generating the output of it. So it becomes a tax
Just
neutral.
a slight catch there. The reason being that if you are into leasing after construction, that is where the challenge arises, where the credit is denied.
Yes. So credit is, again, that's a gray area, because credit is denied on the construction of the building, not on the TDR, not on the plant and machinery. TDR is not mentioned anywhere.
That's an interesting point that you bring in. Anyway, I think, as I said, I think we are little running out of time. But before I open the panel for questions from Sapna, each of you, your wish list for this sector from the government. What would you like? Is everything is fine, or something, if it has to change, what exactly has to change? I'll go in an alphabetical order. Achal, with you.
Okay, I think that will be the wish list for everyone. Credit where at least I'm paying on the output side, whether in the lease rental or commercial, whatever. Credit should be allowed, because that's
credit should be allowed on wherever I'm paying on the output side. Great.
And
Ajinkya. Sorry, one chance.
Of course, I think Parveen did mention about it. The setting of GST tribunals to reduce the litigation. I think that's where
true. That's true.
Lot of
Ajinkya.
So quite second what Achal said in terms of credit being allowed in case there's a GST output. My wish list would be to completely remove the land cost from the overall value of the supply on which tax is levied, because GST cannot be levied on any value of land. Right now, even if there's a 5% tax, implicit in the value is the value of land, and that needs to be excluded.
Yeah, sure. Gaurav? I don't know whether Gaurav is able to hear us, but Kaushal, your wish list.
1 in 5% should be optional, not mandatory.
Sorry, can you please repeat that? I was a little...
Yeah, the option of 1 or 5% on residential property should be optional and not mandatory.
Yeah, great. Rocky?
I totally concur with Kaushal that 1 and 5% scheme should be optional. SSC should have the right to either opt for a non-ITC scheme or an ITC scheme, which is what they did in 2019 when they notified 1 and 5 scheme. They gave an option that it's an ongoing project. If you follow certain criteria, then you could go with the ITC scheme. I think that should be a normal business, because this will solve a lot of problems.
Gaurav?
Yeah. So one issue which I think which probably need to be addressed is just with respect to home buyers. So what we face a number of times is that the GST is payable and paid at the time of payment and at the time of and many times payments are done at phases, etc. And in many cases, ultimately they do not make the final payment. If the allotment gets cancelled or things change, so then it becomes a problem getting the refund and all those things. Even though I think 3 months back they have got a circular where they have facilitated even GST refunds for people without having GST numbers, but the issue is that it is still a major problem, and especially
for refunds.
For refund,
okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the timing. So what happens is that maybe they should change the timing to the time of registration, which is probably the time when things will get crystallized, and you will definitely know that this is the property which will go to this person. So I think it's a practical thing which probably needs to be.
This is what VAT had done. VAT was at the time of registration.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Parveen, your final thoughts? One wish list.
Just agreeing with Kaushal and Rocky and just giving it simple.
Okay. Hello. So what I hear is that, of course, credit has been a major proportion, which is causing a lot of heartburns. On one way to look at what the intention in which GST was brought in, it was basically to make it a very efficient structure. Now with only being 5% or 1% being charged, while on optically it's a very low tax. But one way to look at, let's say 60 to 70% is materials, and an average rate of 12 to 15% on GST on those materials gets subsumed. 30% with 18% GST gets subsumed. So we are looking at an effective tax cost which is already ingrained to the extent of around 14 to 15%. Add to that a 5%, then we are looking at a 20% cost on owning a home. And if you add to that stamp duty, it's ranging from 5 to 8%, close to 28% to 30% is going in taxes just by paying a home. So certainly it's not making the life of user very efficient. It is not an efficient structure, so to say. So maybe government has to think about it, and forums like these and people part of the industry should raise their voice in terms of making it a more efficient structure. With this, I thank all of you. But before we close, maybe Sapna, if you have any few questions we can take, and then we can close this.
Yes, definitely. It was good to hear the wish list of the experts here. And we'll go to the wish list that has been expressed by the audience also. But before that, we have one question here that should facilities such as parking, clubhouse, sports facilities, etc., be clubbed with the value of the property, or should be separately charged as a facility? How should that be?
Achal, you want to take that question?
I would say it will be a composite supply wherever at least, if depending on the overall nature of the transaction, if it's a land sales or maybe a plot sales, not even land, plot sale, then probably it should be composite. If it's a flat sale, then according to the tax treatment should be there.
It's already, there is a circular, it's called club service now. It's clarified.
Yeah.
Okay, so parking and all, everything becomes part of the land GST and the club services.
Depending on the tax treatment of the depending on the tax treatment of the overall transaction.
Okay, I think that makes it clear for our audience. Another question is that would lowering the GST, like what Venkat also mentioned, that it will be a big boost to the industry if the GST can be reduced, because overall it becomes a very big tax component. So from our experts, should GST be reduced if we are looking at home buyers, boosting the home buyer sentiments?
I think Rocky and others alluded to this fact that this 1% versus 5% should be made optional. And the moment I think when that happens, efficiencies can set in, and that itself can reduce the number of at least the tax costs that we may want to include in this. Ajinkya, you want to add to that? Any thoughts?
And about the construction materials as well. Yes. That's a question.
Quite agree with that. No.
Cement, I think, should be brought to 18% instead of 28%. That's one big burning point that industry has been saying time and again. And the government has also promised us that this will be brought back to 18% slab. I think that will happen sooner or later.
Okay, so that's a positive note. And Venkat, would you like to add something to what all our speakers have said as a summary, closing the session?
Yeah, I think I fairly said, I think I agree with all my friends here in terms of making this a more effective and an efficient tax structure is the need of the hour. I think we can keep on arguing about the technicalities, the merits of it, etc. But if true sense of GST has to be achieved, we should not just go by ease of convenience or what it is. It should be fair as well. And when I say fair, the entire ecosystem, like for example, cement, like Rocky, you mentioned, I don't know why it is considered at 28%. It is such a primary requirement for any development to happen. And when and you're saying 28% is for sin goods, how come cement is a sin good? It is an essential commodity. So I think a whole gamut of this rate structure is something has to be relooked at, leaving aside the revenue implications of it. Because once the taxes become more efficient, I think it will have a multiplier effect and it will have a boost to the economy and that will also improve consumption. So that is, I think, is a primary need of the hour. The promise of GST was that it will be an efficient tax structure. We are far from it, as the discussions that we had prove that. So I think the effort of the industry has been to take its voice to the government and make them understand the transactional realities and try to make it more efficient. That would be my
Right. That's right. And that's the entire effort here that we are trying to do. But as our experts say, rationalization of slabs is something which is required in GST. GST as a whole is not a bad concept. And still we are working on it. It's only been 6 years now. So let's, with positivity and looking forward to some, better developments happening. Let me thank all our panel members here, Mr. Venkat for that wonderful moderation, Mr. Kaushal Agarwal, Achal Chawla, Ajinkya for joining us, Mr. Rocky Israni, and Gaurav for being here with us for this discussion. Thank you so much for that informative, sharing those informative views and for taking those audience questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for being such a great panelist.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
So that was one very informative. I think it was, very informative for me personally, on what all aspects of GST that need to be considered. Let's move on to our next very interesting topic. Again, a much talked about topic, which is Real Estate Regulations Act. And let's try to understand the interplay of legal framework and RERA regulations. So our next panel, let me introduce the moderator of this session, Mr. Ajay Sharma, Managing Director, Valuation Services, Colliers India, who has over 15 years of experience undertaking real estate valuation and advisory across India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. He has been advising clients ranging from private equity funds to government agencies and has led teams for valuation and advisory engagement and has consulted for smart city projects, transport node modernization program under Ministry of Transportation, airport landside development, etc. Mr. Sharma, a very warm welcome to you. Let me now introduce our speakers in an alphabetical order. I welcome Ms. Aruna Kumari, Senior Partner, Kocher & Company, a seasoned lawyer having experience of 20 years in the area of real estate laws, litigation, corporate and commercial laws, intellectual property and employment laws. She's a counsel to many MNCs, real estate and infrastructure companies, IT giants and banks, having extensively advised such clients on various transactions such as mergers and acquisitions, leases, joint development ventures. Our next expert on this panel is Mr. Farid Karachiwala, partner, JSA Advocates and Solicitors. He has been practicing law since 2000. He is also an advocate on record of the Supreme Court of India, and he regularly advises business houses and realtors on all aspects of real estate transactions and strategizing acquisition and sale of immovable property. Let me introduce our next panel member, Mr. G. Vivekanand, partner, Indus Law. He has conducted litigations, including arbitrations for multiple developers as well as non-developers, both on land disputes, contractual disputes, and against statutory violations. He has succeeded in obtaining a landmark ruling against the time-barred demands for stamp duty and declaring the time limit for demanding any deficit stamp duty. Next member of this panel is Mr. Santosh Pandey, CEO, Sarthak Advocates and Solicitors, whose career in law has been preceded by a long career in FMCG companies and consulting with SMEs to compete globally. His practice areas include legal advisory, consumer protection, real estate, and dispute resolution. Our next and final member is Dr. Vijay Sadbir Singh, IAS retired and former Maharera member. He joined the Maharashtra Real Estate Regulatory Authority in 2017, and prior to that, he was the Additional Chief Secretary with the Government of Maharashtra. He pioneered several reforms in public administration and simplified many procedures and permissions to promote the ease of doing business. So this is our expert panel, and Ajay, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. Before we get into the panel discussion with this elite forum that is gathered today, I would just like to go into the, what RERA is and what has happened since it has been introduced. So, every point of time, laws are made to define and regulate evolving social and commercial relationships in a society. And, the legislature is actually elected by the populace to frame, pass, and amend laws. But many times, the judiciary is the one that interprets, upholds, or strikes down even such laws, when on which basis, resolutions in the future become are sought by the civil society. So given this complexity that ensues due to the multiple overlay of multiple laws that exist on any given subject, the various stakeholders, especially in the judicial system, have an important role in interpretation and understanding of these interplays of the legal framework and the constitutional validity of the provisions in each of such laws. So that this is very important. Property laws are among the most important in the world, and in India we have property laws dating as back as 18th century that are still applicable and referred to today. Among such enactments, recently, of course, the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016 is the focus act for today, and its interplay with the other pre-existing legislatures that are there. So that's something that we will talk about. We will try to discuss the impact that this act has had and the ambiguity that exists because of this multiple overlay that's there. I take pleasure in welcoming Advocate Farid Karachiwala, Dr. Vijay Sadbir Singh, Advocate Santosh Pandey, Advocate Aruna Kumari, and Advocate Vivekanand to this forum. Thank you for being here. We would like to understand from you how the various judgments, orders, and interpretations therein can enlighten the viewers today on this forum on the complex interplay and the conditions that push or limit the application of the law. RERA was, of course, passed in 2016, and interestingly, we had multiple cases filed across the high courts in the country challenging the validity of the law itself, and which was then, brought down as into, it was all compiled and brought to the Bombay High Court bench to look into the validity. And of course, it passed orders in 2018 upholding the constitutional validity of RERA. So that's what the journey, the act had to go through before, it started seeing some kind of an impact. So today, RERA has been notified in multiple states except for Nagaland as of January 2023. We have 3 states which are yet to establish regulatory authorities, while 4 states are yet to have only an interim regulatory authority. The notable exception in this is Telangana, because all other states which do not have an interim authority or a regulatory authority are all in the Northeast. Only Telangana is one such state which still is going through this. We still don't have websites for 6 different states, which provides the crucial access to most of the stakeholders. In this, again, West Bengal is a notable absence in this. 10 states are yet to appoint adjudicating officers. Now, the total RERA cases that have been disposed as of January 2023 is almost close to 106,400 odd cases, of which nearly 36,500 odd cases were disposed between 2021 and 23. So that shows that the improving effectiveness of the RERA tribunal, the RERA body in multiple states. Almost 99,280 projects have been registered under RERA across the states, and about 56% of these projects were registered after 2019. Again, RERA registration has been highest in project registration has been highest in Maharashtra, followed by Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, I think Karnataka, and then probably Delhi NCR and Telangana. The RERA agent registrations also have grown significantly since the law has come. So today, I think about 71,500 odd agents are registered under this law. Given all this, the first question I have to Dr. Singh, because he has been an ex-RERA member, and there's no one better placed than him to tell us how effective do you see, how effective has been the law in its implementation? Of course, you have been a MahaRERA member, but how do you see the implementation effectiveness across India?
Thank you, and good evening, friends. It's a very good question, and I would like to say that although the picture is different from state to state, I can talk about Maharashtra, and the feedback which we used to get is that it has been very effective, and we moved from an era in which the real estate was totally unregulated to the one in which regulation started. The sector was entirely unregulated before that, although we used to have MOFA in Maharashtra. And also in 2012, we also passed another legislation, Housing Regulation and Development Act 2012, which was repealed after RERA came into effect. But by and large, the sector was entirely unregulated. We used to have a system of getting regular feedback from the home buyers and others, and we found out that they were very much satisfied with the working of RERA.
So I think the numbers also talk, given the number of cases that were disposed of and number of cases that were registered and disposed of. So of course, they do talk about the effectiveness. But one quick question I had on this, Dr. Singh, is that the uniformity of the RERA provisions across states. The Model Act is there, but multiple states have multiple provisions, and it's not uniform. So this has been a hotbed of discussion that's been happening. It went to as far as the union government being directed by Honorable Supreme Court of India that you should have a model agreement to be put in place, buyer's agreement to be put in place, that has to be followed by all the RERA authorities across the states. It had also come up with the thing that the provisions have to be uniform across the states. So given this, how specifically do you given these conflicts that are there, in fact, to the extent that I think HERA in West Bengal was declared unconstitutional by Supreme Court because it had provisions which were going against the Model Act. So how do you see this will happen, and what steps are being taken across for this uniformity to set in?
Well, it's a central government act, and it's the same throughout the country. It's applicable to every state except J&K. And all the states have taken action to establish authorities under the act. Every state has its own rules and regulations. Now, when it comes to the implementation of various provisions of the act, in some states, the rules were found to have diluted some of the provisions, which is not good, for the intention of the overall objectives of the act. And it's there that the Supreme Court had given directions. Like, when one of the directions, as you have cited, the Supreme Court asked the central government and the state governments to have a model agreement for sale. Following that, in Maharashtra, one committee was constituted, and I was the chairman of that committee. And we drafted one, not only one model agreement for sale, but also model allotment letter.
Okay.
So model allotment letter is also there, and model agreement for sale was also drafted. And we sent the copies of these documents to the Government of India, and also we, started action to make these copies available to the Honorable Supreme Court. Now, this all happened after the intervention of the Honorable Supreme Court and the directives given by the Government of India. Now, there have been some issues with various states. In some states, the rules were different, and some rules were not strictly in accordance with the provisions of the Act. There have been many instances, but by and large, what I found out is that states have started taking action, and the authorities have been constituted. They're working very well.
Okay. Now the question is to Advocate Vivekanand. In continuation to this thing that, where we have a direction to have a model buyer agreement, builder buyer agreement, which is with the critical provisions of RERA that has been directed by the Honorable Supreme Court. What, according to you, should be part of this agreement, the critical part of this agreement, which we cannot be overseen by the buyer? And do you think currently the agreements that are being executed are sound and already are mirroring these proposed models, or there's a lot way to go before we get there?
Foremost, thanks for giving me this opportunity, and good evening, all. See, after enactment of RERA, some of the states have provided model agreement in their rules, like state of Tamil Nadu has provided model agreement in the part of rules. And only caveat or only exception where the rules permit you to changes on the commercial terms and the timelines. Other things are more or less frozen and more or less are neutralized between buyer and the promoter. And to, for example, extent of refund of on cancellation, the grounds of cancellation, all those things have been finalized. And after RERA, to some extent, the states have incorporated the model agreement and they are following to the extent possible. And as you're aware, the Supreme Court also has now suggested to Ministry of Housing and Urban Development Department to formulate an agreement under the RERA, and where there is a suggestions to split the contents or the clauses into two parts, where it is split into A and B series. A series are non-negotiable, and B series are the clauses which can be negotiated. So A series may cover like covenants, representations, disclosures, all those things being part of the agreement, which cannot be negotiated, and it has to be in the format as agreed. B series may have other clauses like commercial agreement, timelines, specifications of the building or the development, whatever it is. And B series may also have other extra or additional clauses which is particular and customized to the project. So to that extent, there is a progress. And see, RERA is a new act and it's hardly 6 years old. And now various mechanisms are worked out to make it more effective and more workable neutrally between the promoters and the buyers. Though it is a regulating registration and the regulation has to be balanced between both home buyers and this thing, it is over a period of time, it may get more regularized and regulated by way of agreements and other things. The model agreement is in place. It is in the progress of getting finalized and hope to get it done fast.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Dr. Kandukant. Advocate Santosh Pandeyji, one of the important aspects of RERA is actually recovery, right? So, and how this recovery happens. So, Section 41 of RERA is a decisive instrument on this recovery part, how to enforce recovery. Now, what is the mechanism that the recovery done so is not measurable against the penalties that have been enforced upon on the developer? And what further steps can be taken if the developer defaults on these recoveries, orders of recoveries that are made on them? So this is especially the reason why we are discussing this is basically because there are multiple debt recovery laws also in the country, right? And their applications can come, and we have case laws where a RERA order has been challenged under a different debt recovery law as well. So what is your take on this part?
So first of all, good evening to all of you, and thank you, Ajay. As far as Section 40 subclause 1 is concerned on the recovery, I think one of the areas which under the RERA provisions has been said to be ambiguous by the Honorable Supreme Court is in the new tech promoters and developers, the latest judgment. Okay. And the Supreme Court has gone on to kind of clarify that it is a recovery of not only the interest and penalty, but the recovery of the principal as well. I mean, that has to be read harmoniously.
Right.
Coming back to the situation of recovery, I mean, I'll be honest with you, while it is only 6 years since the time the provision has been enacted, execution has been one of the areas which has been lagging behind, and quite substantially so, having been part of litigation in Haryana as well as in UP. Execution of RERA orders is an area where I think the authority will be looking very, very carefully. I mean, as you know, RERA orders are equivalent to civil court decree, right? And any arrears, any non-compliance has to be recovered as the arrears of land revenue, right? I mean, there has to be an execution application that needs to be filed based on which a recovery order, recovery certificate is issued. I mean, across states, rules vary. Previously, up until maybe 6 months ago, the execution application in Haryana was being enforced by the authority themselves. Post the new tech development, rules have slightly changed. Like it used to be in UP, where based on the recovery order, the same recovery order was then transmitted to the district administration, who will pass it on to the Tehsildar, and who will follow up on the recovery to get the money and then pass it on to the aggrieved party. Now the question is that, you know, in land revenue arrears, there is a very old law, Revenue Recovery Act of 1890. I mean, that's the central legislation, and state rules are there, right? But on the basis that it is a civil court decree, any RERA order is civil court decree. I mean, we have to follow the law. I mean, that's the only one. I mean, of course, there are RERA orders which are challenged in the appellate tribunal. From there, they can go to High Court, and people have gone right up to the Supreme Court. Notwithstanding the fact that Section 43, subsection 5 has been upheld, where any promoter has to pay 30% or more of the penalty, and maybe in some cases 100% of the interest amount, right? So I don't think that once a civil court decree RERA order is, then there is any need for any further mechanism that is required. What is required is enforcement of the RERA orders, and that's where it should be. That's what I think. The question, however, is that what happens when the promoter goes into insolvency?
Correct. That's right.
That has been the problem. I mean, there have been situations where an LRT has got an order from RERA, which has been upheld by the appellate tribunal, okay, or the promoter has not gone into appeal against that order, and before that, insolvency proceedings have started. And then what happens is that the LRT is supposed to file that claim with the RP, right? And then, of course, once it gets into insolvency, all the legal proceedings, against the promoter, a moratorium is, open, and there is no legal recourse anyway. Then one has to wait for the resolution plan of that CIRP process that goes on. So, in my mind, the recovery process has to be once that RERA order has crystallized, the law of the land which is existing will take its course.
A very interesting point. In fact, this is the interlay and interplay of the legal framework that this entire forum is all about, right? So, how this IBC and SURFACE acts, they have been invoked against certain RERA orders that were passed, and the developers have been trying to take shelter under that for not paying the penalties that have been levied under them. I would come to Advocate Aruna Kumari right now. In fact, this just continuation on what Advocate Santosh Pandey was telling. In case where the builder is declared insolvent, we know he has been declared insolvent. It has been admitted into the entire insolvency proceedings. After that, can a buyer still go and seek redressal from RERA? That's one question, in a sense, because he can still have complaints and grievances against the developer. And if they seek the redressal from the authority, is the compensation order that passed by RERA seen as a liability build-up to the to this corporate debtor now? Is that a possibility? Or once this proceeding starts, there's no more redressal that RERA can offer to buyers into a certain project where the developer has been declared insolvent?
So, first of all, thank you, Ajay, for the introduction, as well as for sharing this session with me, and also all the participants here, panelists. A very good evening to you all. So, coming to the question. So Ajay, I would say here I would like to make an assumption, though you have given a scenario where the the builder is declared as insolvent. So because that would close the doors for me to deliberate anything, and that is my answer also. That in case we can imagine a situation where the insolvency proceedings are pending before the the adjudicating authority, and in such a scenario, whether during this pendency, whether a home buyer or an allottee can approach RERA is something that we can deal with at this moment. And I would say that when the IBC proceedings are pending, then as it is already dealt, and the home buyers are given the status of financial creditors, so they have a forum open and the platform open for them to get a legal recourse under the IBC as well. However, here every action that that the home buyer wants to pursue as an additional remedy under RERA would be subject to the moratorium as well. So as Mr. Pandey was referring to that, and as Mr. Pandey has said, again, this is again an interplay of all the legislations. So the moratorium would kick in, and the home buyer would not cannot take the advantage or the benefit of RERA. However, there is another scenario where the RERA and the proceedings before RERA have already been initiated. They are pending before RERA, and the insolvency proceedings against the corporate debtor have been initiated by some third party. So that is another scenario where we can discuss. And in this case, in case the compensation is awarded while the insolvency proceedings are pending, in that case, yes, the compensation that is awarded will become a liability, incorporated or the builder, and it can be recovered as any other debt. However, as we are discussing this interplay of legislations, I would like to take a little divergence from IBC to the Securitization Act, for the SURFACE Act. So I would like to cite one case law, Union Bank of India versus Rajasthan. So here in this case, the builder defaulted, and he has availed certain project finance, and the banker has taken possession under SURFACE. Now, while this is pending, then under SURFACE, the banker wanted to proceed with the auction of the property. Then the allottees, the home buyers, they approached RERA. saying, asking the RERA authority to intervene and stay the auction. And RERA has passed orders against bank. Now, banker, this order of authority was challenged before the High Court of Rajasthan, and the High Court of Rajasthan has held that because the banker has stepped into the shoes of the promoter, the order passed against the banker would be valid. So here you can see the interplay, like the RERA as well as the surface side, and here we can see that the promoter, whoever has also stepped into the shoes of the promoter, is also liable under the RERA, and RERA has been very effectively implemented in this particular case.
Yeah, just continuing with that, Aruna Kumari, that we took a scenario, and of course we discussed this Union Bank of India versus the RERA authority of Rajasthan. So we did discuss that case law. I wanted to ask you a specific question. See, because many times what happens is a lot of people are taking home loans from a housing finance company and then buying into a project. Now project gets into an inordinate delay, then it kind of goes, then a banker initiates he says, I want to execute the charge on the project. The project becomes insolvent. Everybody is stuck, right? Up to this scenario, of course, that Union Bank of India case law kind of applies. Now, just going a little beyond that is that because the project is stuck, there could be scenarios where multiple loan borrowers, that is individuals who borrowed from HFCs, could go also into defaults, right? Now, when they go into defaults, the bank has to execute a charge on the units which they bought, right? But unfortunately, this is already under an insolvency, or let us say under SARFAESI proceeding. So how does this recovery work? And is there any redressal at all for an institution at a retail loan level if they have to participate? Because I do understand when you can make it like a, you gather multiple loans and then the bank makes a representation before the pendency under the adjudicator of an NCLT, and then, before the insolvency is declared. But what in this kind of a scenario, how does this work, and what are the legalities and the difficulties that come in?
Yes. So this is a very tricky situation, Ajay, because here the builder is already declared as insolvent, and there is no built up, the proposed built up on which the banker must have lent money even to the the customer. So this is I think here there will be a twofold action that would be involved, and we cannot really club these two remedial actions that are available to different parties. That is, here we are talking about the redressal for the banker, where the home buyer is also in default. So however, here what comes into picture is the contract between the banker and the home buyer. So that has to be dealt on a different footing. The IBC or the redressal mechanism that is available to either the banker or the home buyer as financial creditors under IBC, and the other mechanism, that redressal mechanism available for the home buyer before the RERA. So here, here the banker will definitely have they can definitely enforce the agreement that is entered between the home buyer and the banker, because by the time banker must have parted with certain money, and they can always take action for the recovery of that money. And as you all must be aware of that the other scenario where we said that the builder is already declared as insolvent. So here, we have also seen the this case law wherein the Pioneer Urban Land Infrastructure case, where the constitutionality of this amendment was upheld. During the home buyers as the financial creditors. However, that comes with the qualifications that there should be at least a minimum of 10% of the total number of allottees or the home buyers, or the 100 number. So with these qualifications, yet it is not so effective remedy for the home buyer under IBC, and it would always be a better remedy available for the home buyers only under RERA. See, because what happens the moment this redressal mechanism is sought under IBC, there are only two ways how it is dealt under IBC. That is, either it is revival or liquidation.
Correct.
The moment the revival is is not feasible, is not working out, then it gets into liquidation. And in case the project is almost a 70 or 75% completed, then that would not be a very efficacious remedy to really sell off that asset and take the proceeds. So it is always a best remedy available to the home buyers is only before the RERA.
Advocate Santosh Pandey, you had something to say because you did raise your hand. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, basically, the situation that you said is a bit of a chicken and egg story, right?
Correct.
Because first of all, the promoter raises finance based on the project, right? And then promoter gets money from the lottee, who in turn goes to the bank to raise finance against the same apartment that has been allotted to them, right?
Correct.
So the consideration in both cases is one and the same. I mean, the provision, I mean, it's a bit of a legacy issue, I must say that. I mean, what has happened with Union Bank of India versus Rajasthan RERA, I mean, takes the cue from the Bikram Chatterjee versus Union of India, where subvention scheme, in the name of subvention scheme, there were quite a few privileges unduly availed of by the promoters and the banking and financial institutions, and clear case of collusion was established by the Supreme Court. My take is that going forward, on the basis that the Honorable Supreme Court has upheld the judgment of the Rajasthan High Court in the Union Bank of India versus Rajasthan RERA, I think the banks will be that much more careful in creating charge on a project, and equally the allottees will they are far more aware now. Now coming back to the situation, I think Ma'am Aruna Kumari, what she says is that and I can give you a live example. So here is an allottee who under subvention scheme got money from Bank X. Bank X has also financed the project, and then the project has gone under liquidation. I mean, not liquidation yet, but CIRP has been initiated against that that project. Now, the only recourse that the two of them have, that is the bank as well as the allottee, is against the promoter. And then, because the CIRP has been initiated, the respective claims are to be filed. Okay, and there is no other way that I can think of. The problem is that the allottees, when they default on their payment, their civil start getting impacted very, very badly. Because under the subvention scheme, the situation was that the pre-EMI payment reimbursement was being promised by the promoters. Okay, so there was a lot of hanky-panky that had happened previously. But going forward, I believe that banks will the potential of collusion between the bank officials and the promoters will be reduced, and that's the only safeguard that we can hope for.
Thank you for that insight, sir. Now, again, coming back to Dr. Singh, what is the jurisdiction of RERA on leasable properties, and how does RERA look on the rights of lessees and lessors? Because this is not much talked about. We generally talk about residential where it is a straight-on freehold interest, but on leasable properties, what is? I mean, because you have seen cases. What is your insights on this? And when lessee holds long lease rights, and then they subsequently go for subleasing, or they transfer interest to a third party for the duration of the lease that is left, and if the original lease right was revoked by the lessor, how does this law treat the lessee under RERA? I mean, so this is something that we want to understand. especially because this comes, a lot of industrial properties today are undergoing to residential developments, right? So these lands are all 99-year leases, and these issues are going to come up a lot, and especially in Noida Authority also only leases allots the land for a specific period of time. So we want to understand this part.
Well, all the projects in which the land or the building or the apartment is having lease, if it's a long lease, then of course these projects are covered by RERA, have to be necessarily registered. And the leasee is an allottee as defined under Section 2D of Real Estate Regulation Act. So, in fact, MahaRERA had further clarified that lease beyond 5 years, any lease that is beyond 5 years, it comes within the purview of RERA. Well, as far as short lease, term lease agreements are concerned, like leave and license, or where rent is involved, these are not covered under RERA. Your second question is that what happens in case, the lessor does something to the lease, then of course, the relationship of lessor and lessee is governed by the lease document.
Right.
There, I don't think RERA can step into that and, try to sort out the issues arising out of that,
No, I understand. So you're quoting now that Contract Act will come into play here, and more the provisions of the Contract Act will come. But I have now a question to Advocate Karachiwala, because it's just taking that a little step forward, that particular question, is that assume that you have a JDA that's in place, right? You have a JDA that's in place. There's a development partner who's developing the land, and a certain type of agreement. So because there are multiple structures in JDA, but both have kind of an equity position in the project. There's an aggrieved buyer. He has raised he has put in a case, and it goes against the development partner in the RERA forum. And now this happens multiple times. The JDA gets cancelled. Then how is the aggrieved buyer protected, and what are the remedies that are available for him? And which parties in the JDA agreement will have to necessarily fulfill these penalties that have been brought upon by RERA? So this is the question I have for you.
So hi, very interesting question. I think there are two kinds of issues that we look at when we look at this question. One is that between the JDA partners, there's an ongoing dispute which is before a different forum. And while that dispute is ongoing between the JDA partners, there is an aggrieved allottee who's aggrieved by the fact that this project is not getting completed, and he goes to the RERA forum in order to enforce remedies that the RERA Act actually provides. Now, these are situations which are very normal, and I think Dr. Singh would have come across this, quite a few number of times when he was presiding as member. One is that any dispute between the two JDA partners, because they both get categorized under the definition promoters under the RERA statute. So the JDA partners would typically be the landowner, that would be one partner. The second would be the developer, who would join hands with the landowner in order to make the project. Now, whatever differences happen between the landowner and the joint development partner, that would either be in the civil court or it would be before the arbitrator, etc., etc. But so far as an allottee is concerned, under an agreement or an allotment letter, any private dispute which is there between the two promoters should not in any manner hamper the rights of the allottee or the number of people who have bought apartments in that project. We've seen this a number of times, and in fact, there's a judgment which has been passed by the MahaRERA Appellate Tribunal in the case of Tupe Developers versus Bhansali Infotech, where it was very, very clear that in this case, actually, because there was a sharing of revenue between the two promoters, the RERA forum, the RERA as well as the Appellate Tribunal actually insisted and passed an order saying that since both of them are going to be sharing the revenue, the project cannot be disturbed, Their private disputes can be decided by the other forum, but the rights which the allottees have still to be enforced by them. Both of them are going to get revenue on the basis of the project completion. So the project still has to continue. So the allottees' rights actually get protected, notwithstanding any private dispute that is ongoing between the JDA partners. And that is what the RERA forum and the appellate tribunal have consistently held.
Okay, very interesting to note, because also I do understand sometimes the redressal mechanisms also reach the consumer courts under the Consumer Protection Act also. So this question, I just have to pass it on to Advocate Santosh Pandeyji. We know this in MRMGF, Landco and Aftab Singh matter. The buyers actually went from both the Consumer Protection Act angle as well as under the RERA Act. Now, obviously a lot of people wouldn't know this unless and until they're getting into a situation and a lawyer is able to guide them. But what does this mean for a home buyer, and what limitations they should be aware of? Because now they see that there is a possibility to go under both statutes, but what are the limitations they should be aware of, that to what extent they can use these statutes?
Okay, so as far as home buyers are concerned, I think it's a problem of plenty, if I may use that word. The Honorable Supreme Court has gone on record saying that home buyers have got concurrent remedies under Consumer Protection, RERA, and IBC. Not to forget the arbitration. While in that landmark case that you have just referred to, MR versus Aftab Singh, it originated from the judgment of the NCDRC, where the issue was that under the contract, the dispute had to be adjudicated and settled under the arbitration. And then the Honorable Supreme Court upheld the NCDRC judgment that when you have got specific laws, special laws, and sectoral laws like Consumer Protection and RERA, and if one party wants to go to these seeks remedies under these laws, then arbitration cannot be forced. Okay. So now coming back to the situation for the allottee, I recently came across a judgment of Honorable Delhi High Court where one of the parties, an allottee, was pressing for arbitration, whereas the developer was looking for RERA remedy, in a dispute. So the question is that what a home buyer should be doing. In my opinion, RERA is being sector specific. Has got advantages over the Consumer Protection Act, in the sense that the Consumer Protection Act is not available. One of the defenses that has been taken is that the promoter said that the allotment was done or obtained for investment purposes. And the moment it becomes an investor, under Consumer Protection Act, then the matter falls, because that is only for the use, for the consumers. Whereas in RERA, I think Dr. Singh will confirm that Maharashtra RERA came back and said that investors under RERA, as long as they're allottees, they also have a remedy, right? So in my opinion, RERA is beneficial. Both are beneficial legislations, but it has got wider scope under RERA than Consumer Protection.
Right. Advocate Karachiwala, this is a problem that you find in most cities, especially in a city like Mumbai, right? Conveyance. Societies have, the buildings have been built, societies formed, associations formed, but the original landlord, who is the developer, has not conveyed the land to the society and association. 30-40 years have gone by, and suddenly you have this redevelopment requirement that comes in, and then suppose the original developer is not there, you have to find specific curative measures to be taken for the conveyance to be deemed conveyance to happen, then subsequently get into redevelopment and all those things. What I want to understand is what issues generally buyers will find. So because obviously when the redevelopment is happening, pre-sales and things, what issues do buyers have to be very aware of? And if the redevelopment goes ahead without solving these conveyance issues, And especially for the people who are already who are going to be rehabilitated, or the original owners of the shareholders in the society, if they're getting a new units, if things don't go accordingly as planned, then what is the mechanism that they have to seek to kind of get a remedy for themselves?
Right. So very interesting. One is that without conveyance, you can do a redevelopment agreement, but the redevelopment agreement will not be pursued because, at least in Maharashtra, we require three things which are very, very important for any plans to get sanctioned. One is that you need to show that you have title to the property. Two, your name needs to be mutated into the revenue records, which in the Bombay city is the property card. Third, there will be a title certificate which will be required to be submitted to the municipal authorities in order to show that these plans are being submitted by an entity which has basically given rights to a developer for the purposes of redevelopment. So conveyance is absolutely necessary. Where a builder has not given conveyance, then the procedure is that there's a provision under the MOFA Act, which allows you to go and apply for deemed conveyance. There's a procedure which is set out before the deputy registrar, and you can go and get this thing done. The issue is, again, that after you have got this conveyance, and when you go and move before you register the project and you ask and you try and sell premises, what are the remedies of people who have to be rehabilitated, as well as people who are now going to be the new purchasers in units which are going to purchase. So they will have to deal with it separately, because there are two judgments passed by very recent actually, and which follows a 2019 appellate tribunal judgment, that so far as rehabilitation units are concerned, because what they do is that they enter into something which is called as permanent alternate accommodation agreements. Those don't get covered under the provisions of the RERA. And those are not people who can actually go, because the word allottee would mean a sale of premises. And when you are actually giving them premises in lieu of something that they already had, it is not construed as sale. So in Maharashtra, at least, we've seen judgments both by RERA as well as MAHARERA, which basically says that you can't really go before the RERA forum. You will have to enforce your remedies under the agreement that you have entered into. So that is so far as rehabilitation units are concerned. With respect to units which are freshly sold, those will be considered as normal units, etc. You look at the agreement, you see where the violation is, and you see as to what is it that the promoters have not been doing, the developer has not been doing, and you can enforce your rights in accordance with the provisions of RERA, and the RERA will, take care of your grievances. No issue there.
Yeah. Very interesting. So I also wanted to pose this question again to you, Mr. Karachwalas, because there has been talks of repealing the MOFA, right? And there's been a lot of resistance against repealing of the MOFA, because RERA does not necessarily cover most projects, which are, at least retrospectively, they don't cover a lot of projects where there has been such issues. What is your take on this? Because there has been a lot of push and pull on this particular matter. And how do you see this will result? Are you seeing this will have a kind of amendment level effect on RERA going forward if MOFA is repealed, or you're going to see that no, it will still continue and both will coexist and remedies can be sought under both for people?
No, so, very interestingly, I think although there's been a lot of discussion on this, we have to look at the two statutes to actually, go side by side and to complement each other. So where there are provisions of RERA, MOFA doesn't apply at all, because RERA being a subsequent statute, a more specific statute in terms of regulations, providing much stricter timelines, the RERA will apply. But there are certain aspects which are not really set out in RERA, and that is why you need to actually complement both the statutes and try and see if they both can work hand to hand. And this is where I think the problem, RERA has been now there for only about 7 years. We are still seeing, tremendous growth in terms of what things are happening. But if you ask my frank view, is that there are provisions in MOFA. There are provisions where you can actually go before the criminal courts in case, developers don't do certain things, which is specifically set out in the provisions of MOFA. The standard form of agreement, of course, is then both, and you would follow the RERA agreement. But this concept about deemed conveyance, what happens in respect of older projects which are not registered, I think it's going to be a very difficult situation, because for the purposes of ensuring that the grievance of those people who have bought their apartments or their flats before the coming into force of RERA will really have to look back upon the MOFA legislation in order to enforce whatever remedies is there. So, so my personal view as a lawyer, as well as a person who would buy an apartment, is that MOFA should not be repealed. These are two statutes which need to go hand in hand with each other. They complement each other. And wherever you have a remedy available, one of these two statutes would come to your help.
Okay, thank you for that insight. Dr. Singh, this is a question for you, especially because you're from, a lot closely have seen Maharashtra, and Mumbai has this unique problem, car parking. It's a massive problem for all of us. There's a Supreme Court directive which says you cannot sell car parking, but still a lot of car parkings do get allotted. They do get, we pay hefty premiums to get these car parks. Now, we also know that there are RERA cases filed with respect to non-allotment of car parks or mis-selling of car parks also. So how does RERA contend that, given what the Supreme Court order is, and how does RERA contend with the same in the issue of car parking as on date? And what is your take on this? If you can give us a clarity on this, it will be very helpful.
Well, Ajay, before coming to this particular question, I would like to make one or two comments on the earlier discussion, if you allow me that.
Yeah, of course, please, sir.
One is Consumer Forum and RERA, in fact, in RERA, there is a provision that one can go before Consumer Forum, and those home buyers who had gone earlier to Consumer Forum can also approach RERA authorities.
Okay.
We found out that many complainants who had lodged their complaints with the Consumer Forum, they came to RERA, to RERA authorities. So one reason is that it provides a speedy mechanism of redressal of your grievances.
Okay.
The complaints are dealt with in a time-bound manner and have to be disposed of within 60 working days. Of course, it takes more time, but still we try to dispose of the complaints as early as possible. So that's one reason why many, home buyers, they came before RERA, and they found out that their complaints were processed and disposed of in a time-bound manner. So that both the mechanisms, both the platforms are available to the home buyers.
Right.
Second is rehabilitation projects. Now, in such cases, the rehab component of a project is not covered under RERA, because rehabilitation or major repair are not the issues which are covered by RERA.
Okay.
Now, you must have seen in many projects, there is one rehab component where the earlier occupants have to be rehabilitated. And then there is the free sale component, in which the units are sold to the buyers who are new, occupants. So the free sale component is registered under RERA. It has to be registered necessarily.
Correct.
And so RERA covers, this particular component. But there is a talk that because in a composite project, it's very difficult to separate these two components. And one component is dependent on the progress of the other. Unless you complete the rehab component, you can't go ahead with the free sale component.
Correct, sir.
So there is a talk that both the the components of a project should be covered under RERA. But so far, no action has been taken, no decision has been taken by the government as yet. The present position is that rehab component is not covered by RERA. It need not be registered, but free sale component has to be registered. Sometimes the promoters register both the components, and there, of course, we can consider the application of the provisions of RERA for both. But even in those cases, if somebody comes to us saying that he's not been given alternative accommodation, he can't be helped because there is no provision in RERA to help these people.
Sure, sir. And about the car parking, that's
coming to your question of car parking. Yeah, that's a very important question, and we come across many complaints in which issues are raised relating to car parking, and under the provisions of MOFA as well as RERA, there are two types of car parkings. One is garage,
Correct.
which has a roof and covered on three sides.
Correct.
So this can be sold by the promoter,
Right.
because it's a separate unit attached to a flat, and this can be sold. But as far as the open car parking is concerned, it is a part of the common areas, which have
Right.
to, common areas are given to the association of allottees or the society, and so they cannot be sold because the money has already been taken from all the buyers in proportion to their the area of their units, the respective
Right.
units. So there is no question of having another sale of car parking, which is open car parking. So there have been many litigations, and there was also one Supreme Court judgment delivered in 2010,
Correct.
in which this issue has been dealt with at length, and it has been held that the car parking cannot be sold; it can be allotted. So now in Maharera also, in the model agreement for sale, which we had revised, we also made a provision of car parking and location of car parking, the area of parking, because that's also very important. And there have been so many litigations on these issues, like the size is small and it's a mechanized car parking. I mean, the builder had promised open, still parking, and different type of parking has been provided. So all these issues are, are raised during the complaints lodged in RERA authority.
Yes, sir. Advocate Santosh Pandeyji, this question I have for you is that increase, a lot of professionals are being held now liable for deficiency of services when a particular project is looked at specifically, right? So valuation, architects, licensing, accounting, all are under scrutiny. So if such action can be taken under professionals under RERA, and can other laws also be invoked in tandem for such deficiencies or any malicious intention? Because there are case laws where architects have been held liable under judgments under the RERA as well. So I just wanted a very brief understanding from you on this.
Strictly speaking, Section 31 of RERA is about complaint, and there are only three parties mentioned there.
Right.
The promoter, the real estate agent, and the allottee.
Correct.
Right. So no professionals are there. Having said that, Section 11, it requires certain duties and responsibilities of the promoter. And one of those things which the key points on that are, while doing the project registration, and more than that, the updation of the status of the progress report that has to be submitted quarterly on the thing. I mean, there are documents which have to be submitted, certified by the architects, the chartered accountants, and so on and so forth. Now, under RERA, in my opinion, I mean, that will be an overreach. Having said that, the authority can always take a suo motu cognizance of such thing if it is brought to their attention. But the liability rests only with the promoter. Okay, whoever is making that. But one can always, I mean, the other laws under which one can proceed is, of course, go to the professional bodies who are recognizing and giving the certificate or the authority to those people, the professionals, for certifying documents. Under criminal, I mean, IPC, I mean, there is Section 197 and 209. I mean, any falsification of a certificate is like giving false evidence under Section 197 of the IPC, and false claim is Section 209, where the imprisonment ranges from 1 month to 2 years. So, I mean, apart from the fact that bodies like, say, ICAI can, ban their members from practicing, like, say, chartered accountant. I'm sure similar kind of misconducts, they have the professional bodies have their own rules as well. So that's
Thank
my
you, sir. Sorry, sir. I think we are just running out of time. So I have one last question. I do understand where you're coming from. So I mean, you rightly pointed out that it's just the interpretation of the section 11 that matters the most in invoking the act against the professionals. Advocate Anna Kamil, this is the last question of the day we have to you in the forum. Is that we are talking of Land Title Guarantees Act now, right? That already a model has been prepared. It's already sitting with the government, and title guarantees are going to be provided. Hopefully, if it becomes an act, how would this be seen in light of the title insurance requirements, which is part of the RERA, and also how will you see going forward if there is any land title issue that comes up if this act is passed, how this can be resolved, and what could be the resolution mechanism? Will it be still under RERA, or it will go into civil courts and it will be resolved under civil courts jurisdiction?
Ajay, was that addressed to me?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so yes, that's this is one of the interesting features of RERA, that there is insurance prescribed for even defect in the title. However, in India, this is not recognized till now, as part of, as any title insurance is not there. And in case, this is being, in case this has to be implemented, then yes, the action will lie under RERA, as well as the concerned forums where the Insurance Regulatory Authority and other civil courts as well. But then this is something that has to evolve, and the first steps haven't even been taken up till now, and the insurance this has to be taken up. This hasn't come into force at all. So this is a very novel concept, and this is very much required, because that would really bring in a revolutionary.
And how do you see this Land Title Guarantee Act, that the land titling and rules that have been now formulated and at least in draft stage? How do you see that having an impact, and whether RERA?
This would definitely have it would be very challenging, and it will face a lot of difficulties for implementation, because the parameters to be brought in to really ensure title is something very difficult. Even I can tell you, at least from the experience of being in a city like Hyderabad or Mumbai, we can definitely understand that is something that is going to be very difficult, and the insurance companies, we have to see how they will really come up with the guidelines. So there have to be certain guidelines that need to be framed for insurance of the property. This is going to be very novel. And,
thank you for that. Thanks a lot, illustrious speakers. A lot of insights, a lot of thought processes that have come out. Of course, we quoted a lot of case laws. I would like to tell the viewers all these case laws today that have been highlighted by our eminent speakers are available. Please do go through. A lot of wealth of information is available out there. Thanks a lot again. Sapna, if you can take over, if there are any audience questions, we can have our speakers.
Yes, I think RERA is a topic where everyone has a lot of questions still. So one question that comes is about, we are talking about the builder-buyer model agreement. Is there some scenario of, model agreement between the buyer and the broker, something like that in the pipeline? Anyone who would like to take that?
So at least I have not come across that in my study of this particular thing right now, because right now even the builder-buyer agreement is a model agreement. It has not come into practice. So the
idea of RERA is to protect the interest of buyer and as well as to some extent the promoter.
Correct.
Agents, it's only a regulatory act for the agents so that they put the buyers to the correct projects and they don't misuse the buyers or take the buyers for exploitation. That's the only scope of the agents are concerned. But as regards the promoters are concerned, there are a lot of obligations and performance which are to be done. So the regulations or the scope of promoter is entirely on a high scale compared to an agent. So hopefully after this discussion, they may think of putting that agreement also in place.
Okay. And another question is about the financial institutions. Should banks also come under the purview of RERA? Because they're also, it's like a three-party agreements mostly.
So
So
I
the
think that
banks
was
are already, sorry, back, Ajay, can I go?
no, Santosh, I think we covered this in extensively the
I
mid
think
part of the
we have already taken that that banks, the moment they walk into the promoter's shoes, and promoter's definition is very wide. Okay, and in fact, there is an order from the Maharashtra RERA that even an investor in a real estate project,
I think this question comes from a buyer's perspective. I think as a borrower from a bank. So
yes, the moment they have the controlling stake in the project, they are party to the.
See, one of the important objectives of RERA is the timely completion of the projects.
Right.
And for that, not only the financial institutions and the banks, but also the planning authorities should be brought under the purview of RERA. So that is one of the many suggestions which have been made. And I think there could be a serious thought on these suggestions.
Yes, exactly. That we got also, a lot of question on that, how these municipal authorities, approval authorities need to be also, made accountable under RERA. So I think, wonderful discussion. This is something that we can talk about quite a lot, and given the number of questions that I have in front of me, but we will definitely take them online. Thanks, Mr. Sharma, for that wonderful moderation and bringing the best out of our speakers today. Thanks, Mr. Vivekanand, Mr. Santosh Pandey, and Farid Karachiwala for joining us here today. Dr. Vijay Singh for being part of this session, and Aruna Kumari for being part of this discussion and sharing your very valuable views. Thank you everyone for this wonderful and informative session, and for taking the audience questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you. Thanks.
So this was our last and very interesting, very informative session of this Realty Plus Real Estate Conclave. With that, we conclude our first edition of Realty Plus Masterclass presents Real Estate Legal Conclave 2023, the virtual series. Our sincere gratitude to all our expert speakers of the day for making this conclave so informative, interesting, and not to mention a very thought-provoking one. A big thanks to the awesome audience as well for being here with us today and sharing their queries. And last but not the least, thanks to the team Realty Plus for putting together this show so wonderfully. We look forward to seeing you all very soon and have the opportunity of connecting in person too. So thank you everyone once again, and God bless. Have a great evening and a great weekend ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.